A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the state-level capacity building workshop on used or waste water and fecal sludge management under Sludge Bharat Mission Urban 2.0, organized by MUDA in association with WASH Institute. It is my great privilege to greet and welcome all our invitees, officials, and everyone present here today who have traveled from near and far to grace this occasion. As we know, the Sludge Bharat Mission was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji on 15th August 2014 with an objective to achieve open defecation free as we celebrate the 150th birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi, father of the nation, on 2nd October 2019. After the Parliamentary Cabinet approved the extension of the scheme till 2021, the next version of Sludge Bharat Mission 2.0 was launched again on 1st October 2021 with a newly added component of used water management for all towns with less than 1 lakh population. Now, to begin, may we request our dignitaries to kindly be seated on the dais. Shri Robert Singh Khetrimayum, IAS, Mission Director, Sludge Bharat Mission Urban. Srimati Laishram Jayarani, MCS, Deputy Secretary, MUDA. Shri Shashanka Velindanda, Advisor, WASH Institute. Shri Rajesh Pai, Technical Advisor, WASH Institute. Thank you all. May we now take a moment to felicitate our dignitaries with our humble token of love and appreciation, requesting our officials to kindly come forward. And may we also request Shri Praveen Nagaraj, Project Director, Capacity Building Program, WASH Institute, to kindly felicitate Shri Robert Singh Khetrimayum, IAS, Mission Director, Sludge Bharat Mission Urban. Also requesting Shri Praveen to kindly felicitate Srimati Laishram Jayarani, MCS, Deputy Secretary, MUDA. Thank you, Mr. Praveen. May we now request Shri Tarnajit Okram, Sludge Bharat Mission Expert, MUDA, to kindly felicitate Shri Shashanka Velindanda, Advisor, WASH Institute.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Also requesting Shri Tarnajit to kindly felicitate Shri Rajesh Pai, Technical Advisor, WASH Institute. Felicitating our dignitaries with our traditional Lengyanfi and a replica of the musical instrument penna. Thank you for that lovely felicitation. May we now invite our dignitaries to kindly step forward to light the ceremonial lamp to mark the beginning of the state-level capacity building workshop on used water and fecal sludge management under Sludge Bharat Mission Urban 2.0. Thank you all for that graceful lighting of the lamp. May we now invite Srimati Laishram Jayarani, MCS, Deputy Secretary, MUDA, to kindly present the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, respected State Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, Shri Robert Singh Ketrimayum, IAS, Shri Sasanka Velidandla, Advisor Wash Institute, Shri Devang Shah, Sewerage Specialist MD Himadri Enviro Protection, Shri Rajesh Pai, Technical Advisor Wash, Srimati Rohini Pradip, Project Manager City Society, Shri Swapan Kumar Sinha, Director Dhritu Research and Technology, and Srimati Supriya Devi, Junior Engineer PhD Manipur, Executive Officers of all the 26 ULBs, officials and staffs of ULBs who are attending the workshop through video conferencing, and officials of MUDA. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the state-level capacity building workshop on used water and fecal sludge management under Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0 for Manipur. Today among us, we have experts who will be delivering on different topics and matter with respect to used water and fecal sludge management for the state of Manipur. Used water, as we know, is a newly added component under Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, and especially for the towns with population less than 1 lakh. And we also have funds earmarked for it. The overall approach is to be taken by our ULBs to develop a system to ensure that no untreated used water is discharged into water bodies and other open environment, and also a safe disposal of fecal sludge. So I request all our ULBs to be present, participate, and connect with our experts and make the most out of this workshop. I believe that this workshop will help build capacities and skill of all the stakeholders in enhancing effective implementation for achieving the vision of Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0. With this, I would like to welcome you all once again to the workshop. Thank you.
We thank Srimati Laishram Jayarani for that lovely welcome address. May we now invite Shri Robert Singh Ketrimayum, IAS Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, to kindly present the keynote address.
A very good morning to everyone. Today, the 5th of January 2023, will be remembered because today we are organizing a very important event which will highlight the various aspects of used water management. In fact, this is the first well-organized event that is being hosted by State Mission Directorate, Mahut Department, Government of Manipur. And I'm very happy to have experts from the WAS Institute who has contributed immensely in making management of used water in the country. And we will be quite beneficial from their contributions that we are going to have today in the form of presentation, discussions, interactions, exchange of ideas, exchange of experience, thoughts, all these things, as I see that we are going in the right direction. As rightly mentioned in the welcome speech, that used water management is a newly added component. Nevertheless, it is very important component, because all this while, before the inclusion of used water management component under SBN 2.0, we were not very much aware, we were not very much It's not that we were not concerned, but we were not very much well versed with the importance, with the aspects of this used water management concept. Now we are very fortunate that under SBM 2.0 it has been included, and now we are working on it. Although it's a new beginning, but I think we will be doing the right thing at the right time. Now is the right time. And for doing the things right, we're very fortunate to have the expert to guide us, to lead us, to make us aware that where we might go wrong and what step we should take. Regarding this used water management thing, what I see is that technologies can be adopted. There are proven technologies which are effective in management of used water, and it's being adopted in different parts of the country according to the suitability of the technology in the context of that particular environment, or the climatic condition, or geographical setting, or the settlement patterns. So this workshop will be useful in the sense that it will give us the contours of the the suitability part of technologies that we can adopt in the state of Manipur. As we see, we have 26 urban local bodies, and they are very small urban local bodies. They are 50,000 and below urban local bodies, and there's only one urban local body which is 1 lakh and above, that is Imphal Municipal Corporation. So that factor will be crucial while adopting the technologies. Secondly, our state, the urban local bodies, the geographical, the hydrological condition of those urban local bodies, the water table is very, very high, in the sense like there are frequent floods also. Nowadays we are not witnessing, but in the past we have witnessed. But all these things has been taken into consideration at the time of preparation of CSEP for the state of Manipur, and 8 urban local bodies, this CSEP plan has been approved by NARC. Now we are going for the preparation of CSEP for the remaining urban local bodies. So it is the right time that we deliberate upon the concerns and issues, and we make the most out of today's workshop, and we will be quite troubling you, the experts, from time to time. This is not the end, this is just the beginning. From here on, we'll take it forward, and from time to time we will request you to come to Manipur for further, hand-holding and guidance, so that we go in the right direction. And the objective of the SPM 2.0, that is making cities water plus by the end of the SPM 2.0 mission, is achieved. Thank you all.
We thank Shri Robert Singh Khetrimayum, IAS Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, for the keynote address. May we now invite Shri Shashanka Velidanda, Advisor, WASH Institute, to present context setting and outline of deliberations.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. My name is Shashank. I am from the WASH Institute. As the name suggests, WASH Institute works in the water, sanitation and hygiene sector in India. We've been working since 2008 on WASH related issues. Since about 2014-15, we've been helping the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs as well as the Ministry of Jal Shakti in implementing the Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 1 and now Phase 2. Apart from that, we also do capacity building. This is what we are helping the state do today. And we also have a community program where we work in 16 locations across the country, helping communities build their WASH infrastructure. So, as I said, the only purpose of WASH Institute is to do WASH in India. And that's why we are here today. We have no other agenda or no other purpose. Our whole existence is to serve our country achieve its WASH objectives. So as you can imagine, in 2014, when the Prime Minister announced the Swachh Bharat Mission, we were totally thrilled. We were so happy, we were out of our skins with happiness, because for the last so many years, people like us were always wondering, we want to do WASH in the country, we want to do sanitation, water supply, all of that, but where are the resources? Where is the effort and the energy going to come from? And in a few minutes of his speech, our Honorable Prime Minister sorted that problem out for all of us. And so the one remaining excuse that we used to give, that we want to do but there is no money, that also went away. No? So now the thing is, for people like us, there's no excuse not to do WASH. And I hope it's the same with you also, that we don't have anything holding us back. It's only our intention, our energy, our effort, and then the outcomes that are required from a WASH intervention. So that's the context of this workshop, in a very simple way, if I have to say, that the government has stated its intention in a very clear way. It has put resources, it has put its political will and energy behind providing sanitation to everyone in the country. Right? The Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 2 is very explicit. You cannot focus on few towns. You cannot take care of Imphal and forget about the other 26. Every town has to be provided sanitation services equally. All citizens have to be taken care of in terms of outcomes. And that's the context in which this workshop is happening, because we also know as a country that resources are limited. They are available, but they are limited. And so how do we approach the different problems and challenges presented by different towns in such a way that everybody gets the outcome, but we have different formula for each one? Now, we approach the problem differently in small towns, in larger towns, but everybody gets the health benefits and the environmental benefits. That's the challenge in front of us. So the first one was the opportunity that the Honorable Prime Minister opened up for us. And the second is the challenge that we are facing together. WASH Institute will support you, will support the state of Manipur, but it's a challenge that you all understand very well, that we have 26 different towns, if I do not include Imphal under Swachh Bharat, but it's also there, 27 towns, each one presenting a unique situation. And how to respond to that unique situation is the problem in front of us. And that's what we're going to look at. So today and tomorrow, we will discuss what Manipur is, where you are with respect to today's infrastructure, what are the different social aspects, cultural aspects, like Sir said, hydrogeological aspects, all the technical stuff, right? But more importantly, we'll also discuss who all are in the team. Who is my opening bowler? Who is my opening batsman? Who is going to take what responsibility among all of you? We know the municipalities are responsible for delivering sanitation, but we also know the municipalities need support. For them to be able to do something which is technologically challenging, we need to give them support. Who is part of the team and what role will they play? We will discuss that. We will also discuss technologies, like Sir said, and see which technology is applicable in which context. Right? Devang Bhai is here. He will help us understand sewerage systems, and we'll also request him to talk a little bit about simple sewerage systems which don't cost so much. Right? So we will discuss different ways of approaching the problem that we have learned from across the country. So it's not that WASH Institute is a repository of all the knowledge that is there. It is simply that we are here to facilitate a discussion among yourself, which we will be very happy to participate and contribute, so that together we all reach the desired outcomes, which is very low risk of public health and pollution to environment by providing proper sanitation to everyone. Yeah? With that, I'll stop here. Thank you so very much for inviting WASH Institute to be here with you in this beautiful state with such wonderful people. Thank you so much.
We thank Sri Shashanka Velidanda for presenting context setting and outline of deliberation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come towards the end of the inauguration session, may we request Sri T.H. Rabindra Singh, Executive Officer, Nambol Municipal Council, to kindly present the vote of thanks.
A very good morning to everyone. Today is a very special day. This is the first of a kind a workshop that is happening at our state. As our mission director has already noted, the urban local bodies are quite small, and we have very limited knowledge or experience in terms of use water and fecal sludge management. We have a task that has been laid in front of us, a huge task per se, and today's workshop would serve as a platform for us to move ahead for the task ahead that we need to cover up. And I would like to thank our director, our mission director, Sri Robert Katimayum. He is our captain, and within a short period of time, he has brought such a remarkable change. He has brought such a remarkable change in the work ethics of our municipal administration in our urban local bodies. And with his guidance and the groundwork that he has already carried out, we are very hopeful that we would be able to succeed in the task that is ahead of us. Specifically, we're talking about youth water management and fecal sludge, which is a brand new or a whole new set of tasks that lies ahead of us. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. And I would like to thank Sri Laisham Zayarani, Deputy Secretary Muda, who has been in the forefront of Swachh Bharat Mission in implementation of the scheme, which is the flagship program of our Honorable Prime Minister of India. Ma'am, thank you for being with us today. And I would also like to thank all the experts from WASH Institute, Sri Sasanka, Sri Rajesh Pai ji, and all the other delegates. We are very hopeful that the sort of knowledge and the experience that you would be sharing with us would be very helpful for us, as we have very limited knowledge, specifically all the urban local bodies. We are technically short-staffed, and the sort of experience which we need towards the successful implementation of youth water management and fecal sludge management, your expertise would take us a very long way ahead, and we are very thankful that you are here with us, and I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for being with us today. Thank you very much, and thank you very much. And all the other municipal fraternity, the technical experts, we have our engineering team out here, and all the other municipal staff and the employees who have joined us through online conference, through the live streaming. I would like to thank you for being present in the conference, and we are very hopeful that we'll make the most out of this workshop and training today. And lastly, I would like to welcome all of you and express my heartfelt gratitude, and thank you for all being here, and let's make this workshop a grand success. Thank you very much.
We thank Shri T.H. Ravindra Singh, Executive Officer, Nambol Municipal Council, for proposing the word of thanks. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the inauguration session of the state-level capacity building workshop on used water and fecal sludge management under Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0. We will now break for tea and resume the session for the technical part. We have a series of presentation later, so requesting or inviting everyone to kindly join us for a cup of tea and some light snacks which is being served outside the hall at the lobby. Thank you to all our dignitaries and everyone present here for participating in the inauguration session. We will now break for tea. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the technical sessions for this first day of the state level capacity building workshop on used or waste water and fecal sludge management under Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0, requesting everyone to kindly take your seats and settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, our first session today is understanding the current scenario and identifying the associated challenges with respect to used water management in Manipur. This will be presented by Shri Shashanka Velidanda, Advisor, WASH Institute. Requesting Shri Shashanka Velidanda to kindly come forward for the presentation.
Thank you everyone. So once again, good morning to all of you. Thank you for coming. It's a cold morning, at least for where I come from. So it's good that you all made it. Let me share the good news first. All right? Good news is good. Yeah. Good news is I don't have a presentation. Okay, so that's the good news. And oh yes, please. But I will move around, yeah, because see, the thing is, when doing this, I get a little nervous. So when I walk, then it feels better. Yeah. So too much energy. Yeah. But thank you. Yeah, so I shared the good news, which is there's no presentation in this session. And now the bad news, you have to work. Yeah? Everybody okay for working? It's simple stuff. Yeah. So we will ask you to put on a chart paper what you see in your town and city. That's all. What you see, what you experience. If you live in your town, then you must be experiencing whatever happens in your town. So it is something very tangible, physical, which you can see and experience on a daily basis in your cities and towns. We are going to ask you to put it on a chart paper. Yeah? So that's what we will do in this session. And then of course, we will summarize and learn from you what you have. Yeah? So, okay, can you put full screen? Yeah. So just to help you to put on your chart papers, yeah. Are you with me so far? Are we clear on what we need to do so far? Shall we get started? Yeah, yes, please put your chart paper in front of you. Please, yeah, take your chart papers out. A very simple exercise. Yes, you can. बाद में कर लेना. Yeah, you can put away your folders. You can, yeah, just take your chart papers out. Wait, I will tell you what to write. Just right now, just take the chart papers out. Be ready with your pens and stuff. Yeah. Would you like to work in two groups with two chart papers? That might be even helpful. One more chart paper at this. Yeah, Chetna will help you. That will help. I think if the table is big, then maybe give two chart papers. It might be helpful. Little more work, but it's okay. Yeah. Okay, I think everybody is sort of ready with their papers. So now, to help you to put down what is happening in your towns and cities in terms of the infrastructure for sanitation today. Yeah, this exercise is to help you document or think about the current infrastructure in your towns and cities, to put it down on paper. Yeah, that way it's a review for you. You will just think about it and put it on paper. And for us, it's huge learning for the Wash Institute team and rest of us, because we have not been to your town. And that will help us to start a dialogue with you. Yeah. So you are right now, think about it as you are helping us learn about Manipur. So the most important thing is what you see in your towns and cities, put it down accurately. You're not trying to impress anybody, right? I'm very impressed with Manipur already. So you can't impress me any further. It's a beautiful state. I've been here since 31st of December, visiting all the places that tourists visit, and I'm thrilled. So very happy to be here. Yeah, now it's reality time. So put down what you actually see, what you actually experience in your towns and cities. To help you put that down, we have created a simple format. Yeah, and I will just go through it and then you can start. So just hold on for a second. The first question we have is, how much water you use? Yeah, I know it's a complicated question in Manipur, as in many parts of India. It's not special to Manipur. It's a complex question because when it rains, you use a lot of water. You can use a lot of water. When it's summer or in the dry season, water supply is very low. I come from Bangalore. Every apartment complex, in the compound wall, there is a hole. You know why the hole is there? Because the tanker comes, put the pipe through the hole and put water into the tank. Because they have to buy water. Yeah, that's the situation, whether it is Bangalore or Manipur or any situation. So it's not a straightforward answer, but try to put down your answer. Yeah, so that's the first question.
Comes from the department, or those water which comes from this thing from other, like from tankers and all those from private, does that include or not?
Every water.
Every water.
Yes.
Comes from tanker or whatever, it comes from the government side. And
yes.
everything. That should be included in 135.
135 is a question mark.
It's a question mark.
We don't know whether it is 135.
Yeah,
we
that's
just,
what I'm asking.
Yes,
like,
yes, correct. Total. Just put
total,
down.
whatever
correct.
it is there. Say, let's say around 40 or whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
That should be including the private ones also. Private
Absolutely.
Supply from the private.
Absolutely. So just to let me rephrase what I asked for. We want to understand the water consumption by the household, not the water supply by the town. You got what I'm saying? Yeah, it's not the supply, it's what is consumed.
Like this one, are you speaking about this thing monthly or per day? Because it this water comes in the frequency of water coming is about twice a week or 4 times a week. So like if you are calculating for a month, and if you are going for the per capita, then it will be different. So
I understand.
Do you like to give on that basis or on per day?
So
because if you are going to give it on per day, because in a week it comes, the frequency comes about 3 times, 4 times.
you write the frequency that you experience.
Yeah.
You write the correct frequency. It may
Yeah.
not be per day.
Yeah.
It need not be per day.
Yeah, I see.
You write
So
the-
like say once in a this thing in a week or twice in a week, so water comes around 40 k this thing, that will be given in detail.
Correct.
Do you like it in that in
Please.
that formation?
Please.
I see.
Please do that. Yes. Yeah? Okay. Now, the second part of it is the water supply part is clear. We understand that there is seasonal variation, and also Sir mentioned there is a frequency variation in supply. All of that try to capture. The second part is quite straightforward. What are the uses of water in a household? So, sir, we don't begin yet. We begin little later, so hold on for a second, yeah? So these are the uses of water, just to give you a sense for where. And then next. Yeah, and then one more. Yeah. So we are very interested in this part. where is the toilet water going? Toilet water is called black water, right? So that's just a name for the water that's coming out of the toilet. Black water. Where is it going? Is it going to directly outside? Is it going to a single pit, septic tank, twin pit? You know, we understand that many of the towns in Manipur may not have sewer system, just like in other parts of India. Small towns don't have sewer systems. So, but if you do, please mention that. Or does it go into the open drain? Does it go into, where does it go? The black water. And similarly, where does the grey water go? Yeah? And if you have any special situations like small industries in your towns, please mention that specifically so that we'll know that your wastewater is not just the household water, but there is a cottage industry of some sort like dyeing, leather, we don't know. So educate us on what you experience. Yeah, is that clear? So we start with how much water you're using. Explain us in detail so that we understand. Then you know what are the different uses of the water, that's okay. Then tell us where the black water is going, where the grey water is going. These are your options. These may not be all the options. You might have something different. That's okay. Add your option, no problem. Yeah? You don't have to choose from these options. They are just to help you. But if you see something different in your town, please feel free to put down in this list, add to the list, and then tell us where the water is going. Yeah? Any questions, sir? Anyone needs clarification? Sir, is your table able to follow? Yeah? Do you, do you know, for example, let's ask this table. For example, sir, where does the water from toilets in your towns go?
In most of the cases, it goes to the...
So, which town would you be?
I'm representing the Samru Municipal Council.
Say that again, sir.
Samru Municipal Council.
Samru.
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 Yeah.
Okay.
In our town, most of the this black water goes to the drains.
Drains.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or these are direct discharge.
Okay.
Okay.
And the other water?
Grey water also goes to the this drains.
Drains.
Yeah.
Yes. It's true.
Yes, we don't have any facilities for the sewage.
Okay. No problem. You are similar to many towns across the country.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how it is. So we will start from there and try to see where we need to reach. Yeah. So could you please put that down? So what we would like you to do is to put a little cartoon of a house, put a toilet, say black water, and from that same house, grey water, and then tell us where it's going. Yes, sir.
Municipality we are talking,
Yes.
the concern, that will be, you just explain to them also,
I will
like
do
first of all, like for us we are representing Imphal municipality.
Okay.
So we will be explaining regarding about Imphal municipality.
Okay.
Like as the other person said that he represents Samro, so he will be explaining regarding about Samro what, that should be the point.
I will do that. So, very good suggestion. Kindly write the name of your municipality right at the top so that we know which town we are understanding. Yeah, put the name of your town at the top.
Only for right.
Kapching Municipal Council. Okay, thank you, sir. Shikhon. Shikhon Sekmai. Okay, Shikhon Sekmai. Lamlai. Oh, you have 3 municipalities that you're representing. Fantastic. Wow.
Okay, I'm representing Oinam Municipal Council, and
Okay.
he is representing Andro Municipal Council, and he is representing Lamlai Municipal Council.
Fantastic. Great. Sir, should I help you get started? Let me draw a cartoon for you. Yeah. Then there is a shower here. That's grey water. Yeah. And then there's a, let's put a toilet here. Some kind of toilet. And this is black water. And then I will also put, and this is water. Yeah. Now you tell us where black water goes, where grey water goes, and how much water comes from different sources. Yeah.
No.
Would you? Are you all from different municipal councils? Yeah. So would you like one more chart?
I am from Thobal Municipal Council.
Sorry.
Thobal Municipal Council.
Thobal.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I've been to Thobal.
Bisa Council.
Okay.
Hello, good morning. I'm representing Tawal Municipal. I'm an executive officer. We have Kwakta, we have Ningtao Kong, and then engineers of this one, Bishanpur, Moirang, and I think he is Mayangfal, right? So
Good
they are
morning.
engineers, so it's a combined.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So it's okay. You can put in for different.
We are just working on like collaboratively on it.
Please.
Yeah, thank
That's
you.
fine. Thank you.
We have 7 municipalities out here. We have Nambol, Kakching, Wangoi, Mayang Imphal, Lilong Imphal West, and Lilong Thobal. So 6 ULBs. So we have the black water would either be, there are two options, either they go directly to the drainage, or most of the toilets are like septic tank. So even the septic tank, the outlet goes directly to the drain. And grey water also goes to the drain. So we don't have a sock pit for the septic tank. So it's directly to the drainage. It's a very pathetic situation.
Same as for rest of India. So. Are we doing okay? Simple question, right? No problem. Yeah, please tell me.
Now, he's representing the Sagma Municipal Council, and we both are from Jiribam Municipal Council. The situation is similar with the Sagmai and the Jiribam Municipal Councils. Black waters are goes to mostly the septic tank, then septic tank to just we have some few soak pits, and then others goes to the open drain, and then next the grey waters goes to the open drain commonly. That's the situation similar with the Sagmai and the Jiribam Municipal Council.
Okay. So could you also tell us how much water you supply and how much water each household consumes and where they get their water from?
Okay.
Yeah, just you can put here.
Yeah, thank you.
As you are working through the water supply, consumption and discharge, right? Please see these questions and see if you have answered all the questions. It looks like you have answered most of the questions, but just once check how much water is consumed, how much water is going, like the household is using, yeah? Sources of water, where are they getting that water from? Some you are supplying, some maybe they have a hand pump or borewell or something like that. So please list out the sources of water, then how it is supplied. Yeah, so a little bit on water. We have a little curiosity about water, where you are getting your water from. And then how much they pay for the water. Yeah, so see if those kind of data. So left side is all about water related questions. Yeah, so see if you have answered all these questions. Water related questions. Yeah, and then all the used water related questions on the right side. So see if you have answered all these questions so that we will learn.
Which you are right that who charges that question I did, whether you are speaking in terms of like we research the water underground this thing, or is it the rate? The point is like there is some like we can this thing we can treat it as we are we going to research the water underground? Okay. Yeah, just want to get it clarified, that one.
So the fourth question there, it's about the price charged for the water. If you are supplying the water, it's about the money you charge to supply the water. So yeah, please put down at what cost households get the water. Yeah. Getting paid for it.
Regarding water question, that even the third question, how is water supplied to household? Like, yes, we are supplied through pipes, okay. Or is that the point you want to abstract from us? Is that the point, or how is the water supplied to household? Water is supplied from the government side and from the private side. Is that the answer from yours?
You write both.
That what is there? But
yes.
I mean, like in our Manipur, water is normally supplied through pipelines. Mm-hmm. Is that the one you like to get the
through
information?
Pipelines by government
And from trucks
tankers
and by the
private.
That way you want to get
complete answer. Yes, sir. Yes, thank you. Did everybody understand this last question? Is wastewater being reused? Yeah, it need not be by farmers. This is usually the case, so we have put it. But if it is a different reuse, you tell us if you have any other scenario happening. Yeah, right, sir. Then we don't have to read it. That's okay. We understand. What happens to the water? Where does it go finally? After the drain, where does it go? Yeah, tell us. Which river? Where does it go? Please help us understand. So, interesting question. Many of you have said that your black water and your grey water somehow goes into drain. Correct? More or less. So where does the drain go? Please put that. Please put that. Where does the drain go? Finally, what happens to the drain? Put it on your chart, please. That is interesting stuff. So if it is going to the fields, then it means somebody is getting the benefit. Whether they're using or not is a different issue, but somehow the water is getting some benefit.
Sources of water. No, this is source of water. From here, black water comes, then it's okay, no?
So you think 200 LPCD is something that is being consumed?
Taking into consideration of this one, tap water, then ponds and lakes, rivers, taking into consideration all those things. Yeah. So whatever the government or the PhD or say municipality provided through tap water is around 100. Then through other sources like ponds, then lakes or rivers, it comes around 100 or something like that. So maximum 200 to 230 maximum. That. Yeah.
And is there a variation in seasons?
Yeah, yeah.
In the use of water?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
How much is the minimum? When will you be minimum? This
Oh, winter is minimum. Winter is very minimum. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and how much is on the low side?
Say 100 to 120, 120, maybe lower side or maximum. Minimum I'm talking about.
Okay.
So, and then it may increase during this one, farming season, say in the month of rainy season, it will increase a lot.
Yeah, that is the 200.
Yeah, yeah,
Correct?
yeah, something like that.
Should we slowly wrap up? I think we have done, no? All right. Sir, your chart looks colorful. You also tell us a little bit about your water supply situation. Yeah, please. Yeah.
So we have taken the water supply as 70 LPCD.
Okay.
So most of the black water comes from the toilet and it goes to either this single pit or twin pit or septic tank. And afterwards it is discharged into the open drain, and finally it is absorbed in the ground as groundwater, or it also falls into the water bodies, or some of the grey water are used by the farmers and they are using it for cultivation of plants and every requirements that they are required.
So can I ask you one question?
Sure.
When the wastewater is going into a farm from the drain, is the farmer objecting, this is bad water, I don't want in my field? Anybody says that, or it's okay? Do they know what they're…
It's a mixed reaction. So like some of them revolt also, like they see open drain accumulating this black water or grey water. They will complain to the municipal bodies like such waters are openly discarded in the drains and etc. But some of them they try to use it as per their convenience also.
Mm-hmm. And these farmers are part of your town, or are they the village? Both. Okay, so towns also have agricultural area. Okay, great, thank you. And tell us about the 70 LPCD. So is there a variation by season?
Yes, variation. Like for
I got. Yeah, tell us.
Thank you. Yeah, so summer season, like this one, the water consumption is much higher.
Higher.
Yes, and in winter,
So
of
would you be able to put a that what is on the high side and what is on the low for the water consumption?
like it would be very difficult to put it in the data accurately.
But your estimation?
Like hardly plus minus 10, 20 like that.
10, 20 liters.
Yes.
Okay. So maybe 70 to 100 or 60 to 90. What would you think?
70 to 100.
70 to 100.
Yes.
70 to 100 is very good.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You, sir, would you like to go next? Anyone of you? Doesn't matter.
Hello. For Jima Municipal Council, water consumption per capita is 85 LPCD, and source of water is mostly from rain, tube well, river and ponds.
Wow, okay.
And no supply water.
No supply.
Yes.
Okay.
And then, so they manage their electric bills only, they pay themselves.
Sorry, say that again.
So they use a tube well,
Uh-huh.
so the electric consumption is required, so they pay themselves, manage
Okay.
themselves.
Yes.
So that's why O&M responsible is self.
Household.
Yes, household.
Yeah. Okay, got it. When you say that, and many others have also said, that ponds are also a source of water. What does that mean? Do people fetch the water physically on their, okay. So in your case also, that is, so.
Collect it from the wells also.
Right, okay. And where do the tankers get the water from? The people who buy water from tankers, what is the source of water for the tanker? Anyone has chased a tanker sometime and seen where they get the water from?
Some of the private tankers, they build their infrastructure for that, and they get the water from the rivers and they get treated, and after getting treated, they supply to the public. In some of the cases, like
Okay.
for example, I'll give you Mayon. Mayon is one example which we are running right now.
Okay.
So, and most of the water that comes from from private tankers are treated waters. Most of them, not for 100%. I'm not speaking regarding about 100%. Most of them. So some of the private owners, they normally, like for example, in the port, that is Thongju Kendra, they make small treatment units over there, and they supply to the public. In most of the cases.
Does anybody else have this kind of experience, that tanker water people? Sir, which town is that?
Kakching.
Okay.
And in most of the urban local bodies, the private tankers used to take the water from the PHED run water supply schemes projects.
Okay.
And from there, they pay nominal charges and they supply water through them.
I see. Thank you. That's very interesting to understand. So the tankers are actually only doing the distribution. They are not doing the source and treatment that you are taking care of in some circumstances. Okay. Now, so on the water side, I think what we have understood, if I'm not wrong, is piped water supply is supplemented by other kinds of water supply. Yeah, please.
I want to add one water supply here, like packaged drinking water. It's like, this is flourishing in many of the towns now.
So 20-liter bottle.
Yeah, 20-liter bottle, 1-liter bottle, but it has started, operating in many of some of a few towns. So in Imphal it is quite prominent, but in other towns also started.
Okay, so that's interesting. So bottled water in 20-liter cans, it's picked up. So that means that your water treatment plants, RO plants, people are setting up those plants, they see the business, and that's also happening. Great. Yeah. So just to summarize on the water side, correct me if I'm saying something different from what your understanding is, but as a group, piped water supply is there in some cases it may not be there. It is supplemented by other sources of water, maybe ponds, rivers, and private tankers, right? And because of that, because it's expensive, then there is a variation in water use between the summer months and the winter months, right? Winter months being dry months, you use less water, correct? So far? Okay. Now, I'm assuming, like you said, some people are using treated water, some tankers are sending treated water, but I'm assuming that households do something to the water before drinking if it is from a different source, pond or something else. Do they have these practices of boiling the water? Right? So it's a... So almost 90% of the families, it seems, boil the water. Is that a fair assumption to make, that people
around 90%, 90%. I'm very much sure about it.
Yeah.
In our Meitei's families, I mean, in all the communities.
In all communities? Yeah. It is like that. So it's a cultural practice to boil water before drinking. Okay? So the safety is built into it. Let's see. Then on the used water side, summarizing correctly, I saw that toilet water is going to sometimes to open drains directly, sometimes it's going to a septic tank which is then overflowing into the open drain. Yes. So in Imphal, correct. Yes. So in Imphal, there is also sewerage systems in certain parts of the city. Is that correct? Yes. And that is going to an STP, and then water is getting reused. So Imphal has adopted some conveyance treatment systems. But the smaller towns is going to drains, and the drains are either ending up in a field or into a water body. Is that correct? Fair so far? Any difference? We want to add anything? No. Right. So, thank you for that. Thanks for taking the time to help us understand what you are facing, what you're seeing on a daily basis. Yeah, if you want to keep the charts for some more time, it's fine. So, what I want to show you, just before we get into the next discussion, is a little bit old data, but at least let's see where we were in 2011 with respect to, yeah. Okay, sorry. So what you are about to see, hopefully it will come. Technology, yeah. Go full screen if you don't mind. Yeah, so this is, this diagram is called, very interestingly, it's called the shit flow diagram. Okay. That's the name of it. I didn't name it. Okay. Somebody named it. I'm just telling you the name of it. Okay. It's called the shit flow diagram. Unfortunately, that's the name of it. It tells you where all black water originates from and where it goes. Yeah. So this is for all India in 2011. So it's very old. Yeah, it's quite old, and it's urban. Okay. So let's just see what the situation was. This is 26% were flush toilets with piped, means sewerage systems, yeah, at that time. And there were also decentralized sewerage systems. We'll talk about what those are in a bit. But this was all the piped stuff. And then 59% was what we call on-site system. On-site means your septic tank, your single pit, those kind, which are at the household level, right? So this was all that. And 15% was open discharge. It was being let out directly, yeah? This is based on census data, so it might be little off here and there, but okay, it tells you the trend. Now, with Swachh Bharat mission, we have added more toilets. With the Amrut mission, we have added some more sewerage systems across major cities in the country. Imphal also under Amrut added some sewerage systems. So this is, some progress has been made after this. But if you look at the big picture, the speed at which urban population grew 30% in Manipur between 2001 and 2011. Between 2011 and 21, it might have grown even faster, maybe. So the rate at which urban population grew and the rate at which we added infrastructure, it almost remained same, means not much change happened, yeah. And this is the challenge of Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 2. We need to make all this red stuff. So what is the red stuff? Did you follow what the diagram is trying to say? It's saying that we have centralized systems, we have on-site systems, but when it comes to managing them, when it comes to treatment, there is not enough treatment infrastructure. And so we end up polluting our environment. Yeah, so in 2011, if you see, almost 80% of our wastewater was directly going into the environment. Between 2011 and 23, I don't have data, but the trends, if you just look at the trends, not much has changed. Yeah, because population also grew, infrastructure also grew. We could not really, yeah, we could not, yeah. So this is the scenario, and this is in numbers what our challenge is. Yeah, our challenge is to turn all this red to green, not in the PowerPoint. Yeah, so are we clear where we are? It's not a Manipur problem. Don't think you are alone in this. It is, the whole country is like that. So we're all in this together. And the opportunity here is that we can learn from others. Yeah, we can see what others are doing. We can learn and we can go together and solve the problem, all of us together. All right. Is there some way to not have a screen blank? Yeah, just for a few seconds. All right. So let me ask this question. We have Swachh Bharat Mission. There are some targets. You know the targets. I'm sure all of you have seen Swachh Bharat Mission. There is a guideline book. You can read the guidelines. The target is to become ODF plus. Is that correct? You understand? You have to become ODF plus. Your town has to declare itself ODF plus. Something, or plus plus, sorry, my mistake. Plus plus, ODF plus. Yeah, and then there is water plus. So you go through those guidelines, simple, it's written there what that is. But my more basic question is, why do we do sanitation? We need to understand that. Yes, sir.
Clean environment, basically to give a clean environment. That is this thing. That is the foundation for all this sanitation.
Yes, to give a clean environment. Is that correct? Everybody agree with sir? Anybody want to add to that? There is a department, PHE department. What is PH? Yeah. So basically we have these two outcomes for sanitation, no? One is ensuring robust public health so that people don't get sick because all the used water is flowing, wastewater is flowing. And the other is obviously protecting the environment from pollution, because more people, more, in that sense Manipur is blessed because your population density is very low compared to the rest of the country. So it's a much easier problem in Manipur because few people, large environment, you can actually manage. It's not as big a problem as, let's say, Mumbai or those large metro cities. So I think it's a solvable problem in Manipur. But before we go to solution, let's first understand why we do this. So there are two reasons which sir said, public health and environment. Yes? Now I want to add to this one other reason, which is making our towns more livable. Yeah, this public health and environment are very technical reasons. What is a psychological, what is the happiness that you give your citizens? It's a clean city. If you do solid waste also, in addition to liquid waste management, you have a more livable city, right? And to me, I first came here as a tourist and then became a expert here, no? So to me, it seems like your state has fantastic potential for others to come and enjoy what Manipur has to offer in terms of, and that is literally translates into economic potential, right? So there's a tourism potential, there is livability. So there are multiple outcomes that you should aim for when you're doing something. When you're planning for Swachh Bharat, getting to ODF++ and Water Plus, that we will get to, that's technical. But there is a higher outcome. Yes.
This one economy factor is also there because indirectly it helps the family. Because during any sick or anything, I mean, you spend a lot of money. If the environment is clean and if you take care for the public, the lesser the money you will be spending. So that will, I mean, grow your economy. That is one factor.
Yes, so there are so many of these studies already out there. Adolescent girl health, then that translates into better health for women, which is very important for a family. All of these are interrelated and they are very well documented. I'm sure you know about all of these things. So there is the public health part, and then there is the beautiful environment of Manipur which needs to be protected, which is directly relevant for improving your livability, people's happiness, as well as improving the potential for tourism in your state. So, can we all as a team, as a group, agree that there are bigger outcomes? There is a larger possibility if we do proper sanitation in Manipur. Yeah, Swachh Bharat Mission gives us a way to do it. It enables us to do it. The targets of Swachh Bharat Mission are good. They are good outcomes. They will help us to reach these larger goals. Yeah, the targets of Swachh Bharat Mission are to be achieved because that is something you have committed to as a state. So those are there. But keep your eye on the larger goal to make Manipur better, to make our own lives better, which is a much fulfilling goal, more satisfying goal than doing it for somebody's satisfaction of ODF++ and Water Plus. It's not a target that you are ticking as a government official. That's the difference I want to make. Yeah, can we agree on that? It is not a tick mark exercise. There is something more, and that is more fundamental, more basic to Manipur. Yeah? So, I will stop here. I got a signal to stop. Thank you very much for being so cooperative and helping us understand Manipur in such a clear way. Next few sessions, we will slowly get into what we can do to address these issues. Yeah? Thank you.
We thank Shri Shashanka Velidanda for that very interactive session on the topic understanding the current scenario and identifying the associated challenges with respect to used water management in Manipur. Our next session is used water management, principles and management options, which will be presented by Shri Rajesh Pai, Technical Advisor, WASH Institute. Also requesting our speakers to kindly stick to a time frame. Thank you.
Okay. The mic is on. Okay, mic is on, then I have to hold it like this. It's a big deal. Okay. Fine. Let me try this way. Hello. You can hear me? In the mic or my voice itself? Huh? So that's enough, no? Okay, let me then take this out. Huh? Okay, mic for the recording, then I think this is not very. Thank you very much. I think with the motivational words of Sasanka, let me start now with what SBM also says, that how you have to manage your used water. So we will use the word called used water rather than the wastewater, but still I think in many places I've mentioned also wastewater, because all these years we called it as a wastewater. So now the terminologies also have been changed. Many terminologies which is used in this SBM2, especially for the liquid waste management, they have used something which also try to change the mindset. So wastewater means we try to think that it's a waste water. So they say that it's a used water which can be treated and which can be reused. Okay. I think in the morning session already you all have discussed how normally you are managing the used water from your household. Yeah. So I think these are the sources from which the wastewater come. You all agree? Or other than this, you have any other sources? This is the only, right? You are all seeing the presentation? Correct? Yeah. So I think Sasanka also mentioned that from different sources what kind of a wastewater comes and how much in volume it comes. We are going to share this presentation with you all. So don't worry about clicking the photo. You can do it, but still I'm saying. So normally out of 100 liters, if it has been supplied, what we call it as a per capita water supply, I don't know how much it is. What was the figure was told here? How much water supply is for your cities or maybe in general in state average? How much? 50 liters? In an urban areas also? You know how much water do you use? $75 LPCD. Step water. Tap water. Okay. Overall, actually, see, I don't know what all sources you have.
So we have put around 200 LPCD.
200 LPCD.
Yeah.
Oh.
A combining of ponds, rivers, and others.
Everything together.
Yeah.
You say that per capita, one person in generally use 200 liters per day.
But if we talk about tap water only, then the tap water provided is 75.
Yeah, that's fine. But, yeah.
This thing, practically I may differ with him. Because this thing, of course, 75 is supposed to be this thing, a theoretical, part of theoretical, but otherwise I may differ with him. Normally it will be coming around 50 to 55, maybe on an average, that is. Yeah. Not on a particular day, because it differs from frequency to frequency, from locality to locality also.
That's fine. Yeah. See, I think there are different sources, na? Water from the tap, water from pond, water from well, all those things. So combined together, I assume that 100 liters, okay? Just for the sake of calculation. Out of that, around 80 to 85% is the wastewater, or the water we use and it actually gets out, and which will have kind of a pollution which needs to be treated. Okay, in that also we have two types. Normally people use it. Why I'm using is because you all also have to be get used to these terminologies: black water and a grey water. So the black water is a wastewater which is actually normally comes out of the from the toilet, which contains fecal contamination, organics as well as the harmful microorganism. And the grey water from all the other sources like bathroom, from kitchen, from the hand wash, all the other facilities. It is assumed that there will be least organics and there is no harmful microorganism there. Okay, so these are the two different types, and the percentage out of 100 liters, as I said, 80 to 85% means if 100 liter water comes to your house per capita, in that 80 liters is generated as wastewater. Out of that 80 liters, around 30 to 35% is a black water and rest is a grey water. So you also need this percentage for you to calculate, because tomorrow when you do the wastewater treatment, you also need to know that how much water. So I think Sasanka has already asked, where is your black water going now? You said, do you have any containment system here? Septic tanks? Pits? So it goes, in the case of pit, it goes into the ground, and in case of septic tank, where it goes? Into the soak pit. If everybody has a soak pit here? No. If not, where it goes? Into the open drain, stormwater drain. And the grey water? Again, the stormwater drain, where these two combines, correct? And then again it becomes kind of a wastewater. So this is actually kind of a percentage which will help you to calculate what is amount of black water in case if it is discharged into the stormwater drain, or also the grey water. Okay. So yeah, this is the normal situation. I think not only in Manipur, in all the places, the wastewater somehow gets into the smaller drain, and which leads to a larger drain, and then ultimately it is discharged into the water bodies, surface water bodies, either into the river or into the pond, because these are the low-lying areas where the water flows. So this is also one of the reason now NGT is now penalizing many states for contaminating this waste, this water resource. Because at the same time, parallelly with the SBM, the government is also running JJM, water supply. So what is the source of water supply for your river or for your cities? Either this river or the pond, correct? No? Most of the time we are dependent on the surface water bodies. But if we contaminate now by sending all our wastewater there, then also there is a big threat to the source itself. Tomorrow if the clean water has to come into the pipe, which means then all these water bodies needs to be protected. So one of the reason why they are strict on this is also maybe this reason. Okay? Yeah. And at the same time, the fecal sludge, where presently your fecal sludge is disposed, I think your septic tank gets filled fast, correct? Because you say that your groundwater table is high. So pits also get filled fast. So what do you do with that? What do you do with your fecal sludge, or maybe the sludge which is collected in the pits or in the septic tank? Anybody can tell me? Do you desludge first of all? Yeah? So what do you do, sir, while desludging, after desludging? Somebody comes, they empty it, and where do they take?
To be very honest, like we don't have a treatment facility as such right now for rest of the town, like except for the Imphal Municipal Corporation. So what we do is that we used to have these tankers, and the practice, most of the practice will be like they will discard it in open field, or like somewhat they will dig a ground and they will dump it there. Yeah.
So like whatever is shown here, either they'll put it into open or into the solid waste dump yard, or sometimes into the water body also. Because water body is the easiest, you can throw it because nobody can sense that immediately. If you throw it in open, people will immediately smell and they say that, oh, somebody has thrown it. If you put that into the water body, nobody knows about it, at least for some time. Correct, na? So that's also very important. We need to see how do we sort that out. So, I think the general practice of handling the wastewater across the country, normally you have seen, is the pipe network system. Correct? In your state, you have this? The pipe system? Yes?
We have it.
Where?
We do have it. We have an STP of 27 MLD.
And also with the pipe network?
Yeah, pipe
Sewerage network. Also, yeah, so you have it in Impal, right? So most of the time in the country, we have it only in the bigger cities only. So with this Swachh Bharat mission coming now, they're also asking you, see that wherever within less than 1 lakh population, whether the possibility to provide the pipe network. Correct? So that is one way, and the other way is this is a very common, wherever there is no pipe network, do you all agree with this? Yeah, you use a twin pit, you use a single pit, or you use a septic tank, and wherever the facility is available, the truck comes, they suck from this and throw it out or treat it. This is one facility, and the grey water, if it is possible, it is been used into the kitchen garden. If not, sometimes into the soak pit. If not, it is let out directly. In a smaller town with lesser population where there is a little bit more area is available, there they tend to use the kitchen garden. Anybody does that in your place from the audience? You are all from the Impal or you are from smaller towns? So who is from a smaller town here? Can anybody raise your hand? So what is the population of your town, sir?
According to 2011 census, it was 5065.
Around 5,000 population. So what do you do with your grey water, sir?
Grey water, majority goes to the open drain.
Okay.
But I can, from house to house survey for other regions, when I go, I have seen that kitchen use water.
Okay.
Water used for washing vegetables and all.
Okay.
That is used in the kitchen garden area.
Kitchen garden area. Okay. So wherever there is a possibility, the garden is available, they use it. If not, it is discharged. So this is a general practice. Any other practices other than this? I have not seen. So these are the only practices what we have. Now, under Swachh Bharat mission also, they are not talking anything very different. Only thing is they say that do this itself, but in a right combination using the more effective and appropriate system approaches, technologies. Okay. So I'm just now taking for the sake of understanding. Normally this is the typical urban landscape. You all agree? It looks like this, where normally you have area with a core city area, correct? Which is highly densely populated, which is the old part of the city, correct? In Impal also you may have this, right? Or maybe in a smaller town with little higher population, maybe 50,000 to 90,000 or 20,000 to 50,000 population and all. Maybe some part is there which is highly populated area because it's an old city from where it has started growing and then it grows bigger actually, correct? So this part is called as a core city area. Similarly, you also have a little bit of outskirt area, correct? This we call it as peri-urban areas, which is slowly started growing now because of different reasons. There may be a business activity, economic activities, maybe farming, so different thing for which this particular area is slowly growing now. This is what we call it as a peri-urban area or maybe a growing city areas. The third one we have is fringe areas, which is actually really at the outskirts or be at the border of the town or a city, which actually where sparse population is there, not densely populated, one house here, something like that. I'm right? Am I right? So, now we will see now, because if, what is the end outcome of SBM2? Can somebody tell me? What we will achieve through SBM2? Water Plus. How many of you have read the SBM2 guidelines? How many of you not read the SBM2 guidelines? Can you please raise your hand, please? Be frank, so that we also know how much we need to talk about it. How many of you have not read the SBM2 guidelines? Please raise your hand, don't hesitate. Correct? Most of you have not read it. Correct? I think, so what we are talking now is as per that guideline. I think you all should read that now. Take this today as just a start of it actually, if not already it's been started. I also understand the state also has submitted the city sanitation action plan, right? Sasank, any idea? Praveen? Who has submitted, which cities have submitted here? Any idea? From the urban development department, who is there here?
We have submitted City Sanitation Action Plan, Annexure B.
Okay.
For Yaidipok.
Annexure B is for?
Used water management.
Okay.
But we haven't submitted 3A.
3A, okay. 3B you have submitted.
3B we have submitted.
So, any cities are there for which you have submitted?
Yes.
Here?
In fact, all of them are here. We have for Yaidipok.
Which is the city is that? So, did you know that it's been submitted? So, then you have said that you have not read the guideline. Somebody has done it for you. Were you not involved? Pardon?
We have done in consultation with the Drew Research Institute.
Okay, good. Okay, so I think the city sanitation plan also is a roadmap how you would like to deal with your used water to reach to the water plus goal. So one is ODF plus plus and water plus. What it says is basically the SBM2 guidelines that none of your wastewater is discharged in any kind of a water body without treatment. This is the main objective, and at the same time 20% of the treated wastewater is being reused. If you do that, then actually they will give you the tick mark saying that you have achieved this. There is a certification. So, being a city official, it is also very important that you please get involved in preparation of this, because the city sanitation action plan is actually a reflection of existing situation of your city sanitation. Okay? How the city sanitation is managed present? What is the volume of wastewater comes? How this is been discharged? Where it is going? All those things if you need to understand, I think external party coming in and doing doesn't make sense unless you really guide them. Because you are the people, you are the official who exactly knows what is the situation in your city. Am I right? If I come also to help you to prepare the city sanitation action plan, if I need to understand the entire situation, I would take at least 1 month. But you people know, because you firefight every day to solve this problem, that problem, you all know. So that's the reason my humble request is, please first read the SBM2 guidelines and also get involved yourself in preparation of city sanitation action plan, which says what is the situation, what kind of an intervention required, how much budget is required for that, and then it is been submitted to the central government for the funding. This is an objective of city sanitation action plan, kind of a proposal submitted from the city to the state, then to the central government. Okay? Yeah. So, now let us try to figure it out. What can be the solution for each of these typologies? Core city area, fringe area, and So what can be the solution? Can anybody tell me? From your understanding, if you have to solve the problem of your wastewater from Manipur state, what should be the solution as you think? Please tell me, you are all STP. Okay, he says STP. Providing an STP. What kind of an STP? How do you bring the wastewater to an STP? You have to speak out. You all agree? He says that we need to provide a sewerage network in Manipur city and bring the wastewater to the STP and treat it. You all agree? That's a way? That's one way. Good. What's the other way?
Say like for the fringe area, you can use the twin pits. This thing you are using alternatively. Once the other pit fills up, you can use it as a manure. Then you can use the other one as a this thing.
Okay.
That way you can.
So he says, provide the pipe, provide an STP, and treat the wastewater. For the fringe area, he says, provide a twin pit. Do you think that's a solution for you? Or anything you want to add?
STP at the, suppose if it is not possible to provide STP at the fringe area, that is another option for it. The one which I have suggested for the pits.
Okay. If STP and sewer network is not possible, so you say that in the entire city you provide a pits.
No, not for the entire city, for some particular area.
Particular area.
While providing this thing sewage network, you have to consider the RL also for this thing septic tank RL and the pipe which you are going to lay it. That is also one factor. In Manipur, we have a big problem regarding about this thing because being an old city and it is not a plant city also. That's a big problem for us.
So RL is reference level, right? So that your septic tank should not be below the pipe level. That's what you want to say. Okay, great. So that's an engineering work. Okay, so let's see what the SBM guidelines has recommended here. So what they say is the core part of the city, actually they said that if possible, if the resources are available and for a particular amount of population, more than 50,000 population if it is available, then it's based on the class of towns actually. Class 3 and class 2 towns, I think mostly for class 2 towns, they say that try and go for the sewerage network for the core part of the area. Okay, and they say that it's normally what they assume is also this core part is 50% of the entire city area. But it can be lesser. In most of the time, it may be in the range of 25-30% to 50%. Correct? So they say that this centralized sewerage network means you try to collect all the wastewater from this core city area in a piped network, in a sewer network, and bring that to the STP. What is the full form of STP? Can somebody tell me? Sewerage treatment plant, correct? Where the sewage is treated. Sewage is, what is sewage? Okay, the fecal sludge collected through the pipeline. Is it right? Sewage means the fecal sludge collected that through the pipeline. What is sewage? Sewage.
Any discharge.
Any discharge. Any wastewater, if it is collected through the pipe and brought to the treatment facility, normally the black and the grey water combined together is called as a sewage. Okay, so when it is mixed and you throw this out of the house in a pipe which comes to the treatment plant, the sewage coming through the sewerage network to the treatment plant is called as STP, that is sewage treatment plant. Sometimes people use also wastewater treatment plant. Got it? Yeah. So there are different methods of sewage treatment plant. If you have seen the pond system, you have seen also the mechanical system. All those things are possible actually. So you may have to select the most appropriate technology for your state as well as for your city and ULBs. So presently, sir, you said that you have an STP here. How many STPs are there in Manipur? Only one. Are you sure? So, where the sewage from this particular hotel is discharged? Any idea? So then where do they discharge their wastewater? From this hotel? And from there? And what happens to the other water? I took a today shower, I think maybe some 50-60 liters water into the drain. And then that goes into the... Which water body you have here? What river? Name of the river here? Imphal River. I wanted to see that river. At the back? Okay, great. So, this is one way. One way. As sir said, collect the wastewater from the core city area through the pipe network and bring that wastewater to the STP. This is called as centralized sewer system. Normally people use, or a large cluster based system, centralized system, all those things generally used, the terminologies. When I talk about the centralized, what does that mean? As I showed here, that you try to bring all the wastewater from the entire town to one location or maybe other location based on the topography. Correct? From the entire city to one STP or more than one STP if the topography doesn't allow. So most of the time, this is not only the pipeline and the STP. There is one more component if the topography doesn't allow. What is that? If the water flowing in the pipe, you have to, yes, exactly. That's a pumping station also will be there wherever the topography doesn't allow water to flow in gravity. This pump station also cost hell a lot of money. Sewerage treatment system also cost a good amount of money. So that's the reason if you are providing the sewerage network, you have to be very careful with an engineering understanding, with a good engineering thought, this has to be prepared. Okay? So this is a centralized sewerage system. What is another one? The second option. Okay, here it is been said what is the advantage and the challenges related to the centralized system. So I think I will not read this, I will give it to you later. So basically what it says is, the advantage is you have a pipeline and the wastewater is taken to one place and treated there. Okay. The disadvantage or maybe a challenge is the maintenance of this entire facility, implementation of this facility, because this comes below the road, your road gets sometimes affected for some time, the maintenance aspect, all those things are a little bit challenge. So that's been written there. What is an advantage and what is a challenges related to that. I would not call it as a disadvantage because now we are supposed to do this. I don't want to stop you from doing this. That's the reason I called it as a challenges. Okay. So similarly, what I showed was the large centralized system where big pipes, deeper depth because it has to collect from the longer distance. So there is also a concept called decentralized. These are the word you would have used. What is decentralized? Can somebody tell me, looking at the picture? Looking at the picture, can somebody tell me please? Earlier you saw centralized in the core city area, correct? Which has a bigger network and bringing the wastewater to one location. What is decentralized? Correct. So you are saying that don't bring the wastewater from a very longer distance to one location, rather try to treat the wastewater near to its source itself. What is an advantage of that if you do that? Cost effective. Why? a sewer network, which is a cost, which is a resource.
Still shared network would be required, but with the lesser distance, the another thing.
So lesser distance means lesser depth. Smaller cluster means lesser volume. So the sewerage system becomes a smaller. So the cost would be little bit lesser, around 30 to 40% lesser than the centralized sewer network cost. Okay, so this is called as a decentralized system, which means you try to, for example, where the decentralized system can be applied in Impal context, if I have to ask you. Can anybody tell me? Decentralized system?
As I think that...
somebody, can you give the mic, please? Please think where the decentralized system can be applied in the context of Impal.
It may be different types of topography. That will be one factor, because there will be a lot of difference of RL.
So low-lying area.
One may be in the lower lying, and one may be in the this higher.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so he says that wherever there is a low-lying area where you require a pump station, maybe in that area, either of a pump station, you try to treat your wastewater in that location itself. Why not? For example, this particular area where we are sitting, this hotel also produces a big amount of wastewater. This particular setup itself can have a treatment facility. Correct? Hotels, apartments, small gated communities, all commercial establishment, they can have their own treatment system, which is within the boundary where they are responsible to handle the wastewater. These are called decentralized system. Okay. Similar to this, again here also I have given, so this is how it looks. As you see the place, for example, earlier everything was collected to this STP, but now you are providing the STP of its own. For example, housing colonies, layouts, apartments, even in an individual household also you can have a treatment system. This is called as a decentralized system. Clear? Centralized and decentralized? Who is not clear? Everybody is clear? Great. So, this is the second option. Again, advantage, disadvantage I have given here. You may please read it later. So, the only one thing, caution, what I would like to tell you is, the cost for laying the pipelines is not cheap. So, I have taken here different towns from across the country from some study. Actually, it varies different in numbers. For example, in Manipur, maybe the cost may be higher because your groundwater table is very high. Correct? And also because the population density is not much. The population is living in different parts sparsely. Exactly. So that's the reason the cost may be different. See, the cost, somewhere we say that on an average 8,000 to 30,000. Devang Bhai will talk about it in the next session. We'll talk about what would be the cost per capita. One person, how much it cost to lay this pipeline, which is somewhere around 8,000 to 30,000 rupees, depending on the density, depending on the ground condition, topography, everything. So, what I'm trying to say is it cost. Capex. Next one. So, I talked about sewer network, that is a piped system. Either it could be centralized or decentralized. What is the other option, what we discussed in the beginning? If not the pipe system, septic tank and FSTP or maybe FSM, or maybe how do you handle the wastewater, whatever is flowing in the drain. Because if the smaller town, for example, cannot afford to have a cost of per capita 8,000 rupees, correct? In that case, you have to see how you can improve the existing practice itself, which is whatever the black water getting into the septic tank or on a pit, or whatever the water flowing in the drain, how you will handle it. For that, we have exactly as he said, these are the septic tanks or a pits everywhere as you see here. So, this needs a proper fecal sludge management. The fecal sludge management also different types. So which Sasanka will talk, I will not stress more on that. But if you see here, either it gets into kind of the co-treatment or maybe a standalone STP, FSTP. You see it? The truck carries the sludge either into the co-treatment where there is an existing STP. If your city Impal has an STP, your whatever coverage part through the sewer network, uncovered part can be connected. The fecal sludge from the uncovered area can be brought to this STP and can be treated there without much of an expenses. Some design requirement is there, you need to check whether the capacity, and then the solid liquid separation you try to do it either through the screw press or maybe the sludge drying bed which is already available in the STP, and then treat that into the STP itself. Similarly, if you don't have that facility, you can also consider this. The sludge drying bed, simple sludge drying beds. So this is for the fecal sludge. So what happens to the wastewater flowing in the drain, the grey water or a sewage or a wastewater or a used water which is flowing in the drain? What the government says is try and stop. These are the rivers through which carries the wastewater into the larger water bodies. So stop it, pump it, or maybe through gravity take that to the STP and treat it there. The same STP when you construct it can be used also for the fecal sludge treatment also. When you design the STP for grey water treatment, please design it in a way that it can also handle the fecal sludge also, so that you don't have to construct maybe a separate FSTP. You got it? STP you constructed, design it in a way that the FS also can be handled in that, with which you don't have to make a separate FSTP for that. Either you can co-locate or co-treat, both are possible. So normally this is how you intercept the wastewater from the drain and divert that to the STPs and treat it. Either the treatment can be a nature-based system or it can be an electromechanical system. Nature-based means there is no electromechanical equipment required for treatment, entirely it's nature, or it is with the machine where there is no area available and the wastewater volume is very large. There you go for an electromechanical system. Okay, so only one thing is you need to really see what is the quality of water, wastewater coming in, because the moment it's a drain, it's not only the wastewater, we throw solid waste, everything into it. So that's the reason you have to be careful. You need to quantify and you need to check the quality also. And then accordingly select the technology, whatever you want. Got it? Yeah. So ultimately, so what we are trying to say is, wherever there is no possibility of a sewerage network, this 3A and 3B, the fecal sludge management and the interception and diversion and treatment has to be planned together. You cannot plan only one. If you say that I will do only fecal sludge management, then what will happen? The wastewater flowing in the drain. Correct? It has to be planned together. So when you plan it together, then it becomes more economical. And also you handle the black water, grey water separately, but you handle it completely. If you do only FSM, then what will happen to grey water? If you handle only grey water, what will happen to the fecal sludge? So that's the reason 3A and 3B has to go together. Got it? Yeah. This is applicable especially for a smaller town where the pipe network is not possible. And so these are the four things what we saw. Correct? One is the centralized, which is a large network for the core area. Second one is a small cluster based, which is a decentralized system. These two works mostly with the pipeline, where the black water, grey water, both combined flow together and goes to the STP, which is a complete solution. If along with that, if there is no pipeline, wherever maybe in the large, with outside the core area, you have to have the FSM as well as the grey water management separately, but combined together. These two are combined together, as I said. So these are the existing practice what we are doing here and there. You all agree, na? In Impal, the first one is happening, third one is happening, and the fourth one is happening. Maybe the treatment is not happening, but somehow the water is flowing in the drain, correct? But going into the river. Fecal sludge management, you are sucking the fecal sludge, but there is no treatment happening. And you have a pipe network in the core area, and it is going to the STP. This is happening. So, SBM also says that instead of doing that separately, you try to do all those things together. Integrating all these 4 solutions together and see whichever is applicable. Either if only this, I think that it's not possible because we don't have that much of money. So that's the reason in a larger town, all the 4 has to be combined. And especially for the smaller town, the 3 has to be combined. The decentralized network system, fecal sludge management, and the grey water management. So this has to be combined together. Then only you can achieve 100% treatment of a wastewater or a used water generated from your town. So what I show is everything is there here. The centralized system, the decentralized system, the fecal sludge management with the co-treatment or drying beds, and the interception and diversion also, what the wastewater is flowing in the drain. Yeah? So that's all. Just to introduce you about the principle or the approaches what one can adopt for management of wastewater from the smaller or a larger towns. So ultimately all this has to be combined together and see that whichever is appropriate, you have to identify clearly core area, fringe area, peri-urban area, all those things, and see that what option is applicable there and then plan accordingly. I have 1 more minute, 45, okay? Any doubts? If anybody has any doubt. Yes, sir, please.
What are the expertise required for that interception and diversion? Expertise required.
So there is one session. My colleague Rohini has come. Tomorrow she is going to take a session. We will talk about that in detail. Okay? We will show you also the case study wherever it is been planned, how you have to intercept, how you have to divert, and how you can treat it. All those things we will talk. Okay? Any more question? Is this clear? Whatever I said is clear. Clear? Okay. So, with this, thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
We thank Shri Rajesh Pai, Technical Advisor, WASH Institute, for his presentation on used water management principles and management options. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is on the topic Planning and Project Management of Sewerage Systems. This will be presented by Shri Devang Shah, Managing Director, Himadri Enviro Protection. Requesting Shri Devang Shah to kindly proceed with the presentation.
Am I audible? So Ms. Pamshan? Ms. Supriya? Is here? Ms. Supriya? Yeah, we spoke on phone about this project. Just before starting this session, I'd like to understand the issues and concerns you are having about the drainage network so that I can, talk accordingly. So what are the major issues you are facing towards this execution of this drainage network? Yes, not only house connection up to the treatment plant, all this sewerage network and all these things. Because there are varied population from 5,000 to say 3 lakhs in your state. So I'd like to understand what are the issues you are facing. Yeah, please.
So you can also speak, sir.
Let us speak. No.
The first problem that we have faced here is lack of knowledge that people are having here. We have conducted many awareness program, but still people are not showing so much interest in having the piped sewage connection to their households. Okay. That is one problem. And after that, number 2 is still people are they are throwing solids into the this one, no? They are into the toilets and all. So due to which blocking of this one, no, main holes or chambers are taking place. So time to time we have to clean those things, the chambers and manholes. And also this one, no, root level, due to this one.
This thing, normally the road level keep on increasing the height. Okay, that is also one major factor.
Yes.
It's really a challenge for us also. And sometimes it is very difficult to find out where the manhole is.
Yes.
That is also one major factor. And normally what happens is that the lack of understanding, and we find a lot of this thing, polythenes and all others, solid waste, not a solid waste, into into the manhole. So we keep on cleaning it. And I should really request the public not to do all such things, because it is a big hindrance in giving success to the sewage treatment plant. That is also one major factor. And normally what happens is that, Imphal being not a well-planned city, that's why it's very difficult to give household connections. And most of the time, as a customary, that we have our toilet on the western side of the house. So as as the road goes, suppose the road goes in front of the house, and while giving the household connection, giving the household connection is at the end, at the western side of the house. So it's very difficult to get it connected to the last portion, and on top of that there's a lot of we have to cross the courtyard of other neighbors also. So in that there is some problem in that also. So there's a very great difficulties, and even the RL of the septic tank is at much lower level, whereas in the pipeline is at the elevated portion. So giving success in the sewage treatment is a big hindrance also, and I sincerely request the public to help us, and especially these local bodies and all those things, to give full cooperation while implementing the project. Thank you.
So you are not alone in this. We have been doing this in Gujarat for almost more than 60 years. In early 60s, 65, 70s, the drainage network was laid in Gujarat. So many places it has failed due to these problems, what we are telling. Even at today also, we are facing a lot of issues on this solid waste entering into the system. You know, it is not only India, world over. You look at the sewage cleaning equipments, you must be aware about sewage cleaning equipments. There is rodding machine, jetting machine, suction machine, super suckers and all these things. It is being used in Europe, America, everywhere. Let me tell you, what is the main source of solid waste in this sewage? You have got these toilets, you have got this small, screen at bathroom and toilet. Still people dump there. There is a mechanism of inspection chamber. If you put a screen in the inspection chamber, individual household, this inspection chamber will get overloaded and flooded. They will face the problems, the polluter will pay. You will identify who has done all these things. Second thing, there is a manhole. People open the manhole and dump their waste into you introduce one grating in between, which is made of FRP. All these things are covered in our presentation. So I will try to understand this network and scenario of this Sikkim, this Manipur. Why it is not moving? No, it is not moving. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll just tell you next if required. Yes. Yeah, yeah. First slide. This. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, this water table issue and this stringent standards for discharge of the wastewater after treatment is the main concern for these 26 ULBs. Yeah. About around 2 kilometers.
Keeping that into proper perspective might be good, because if somebody from other state or somebody from some governing body or controlling agency sees this, that might be a sort of a problem for us. So there might be around 15 to 16 ULBs near Loktak Lake, but not just Jiribam. For instance, Suknu Municipal Council is quite far from Loktak Lake. Similarly with Sikong Sekmai.
Okay.
And some towns like that. So
maybe hardly 15 or 16, these ULBs are very close to this, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Because, because anything which is being discharged into this particular lake is part of this wastewater. Yeah. Because everything is flowing there and our lake is getting polluted.
Sir,
yes.
My concern is, since we're talking about the Ramsar site, so putting the correct figures might be better for us also.
Yeah.
Because as you mentioned, the wastewater of the ULBs, that might be a threat to a Ramsar site is something.
Yeah.
And most of the ULBs from Thoubal district and Kakching district might not be a threat as such. So I think correcting the figures might be good.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Next. Yeah. See, for any drainage network, there are 6 typical stages of this developing. First, you have to study the city development plan. Whether city development plans are in place for all ULBs? No. First of all, you have to develop the city development plan before starting the drainage network. Because what is happening everywhere, that you are laying a network and there is expansion of the city in a particular direction and you are unable to connect or collect the wastewater, you have to lay duplicate line on the city. That is why we have to consider the city development plan before contemplating any sewerage system. That is the first step towards this drainage network. Otherwise, your drainage network will fail miserably. That is what is happening everywhere in India or abroad also. Second is, you have to conceive the project and find out what is the fund requirement. And its design engineering perspective means, suppose you are having one town northern part is expanding, your line is going in southern direction, then in southern direction your line should be having adequate capacity to include that, accommodate that flow of the northern part. So you must have that city development plan and allocation of the land for residential area, agriculture area, industrial use and all these things. And that is prerequisite for any drainage network. Without that you should not start the designing of the sewerage system. Second is funding. You have to identify the fund requirement over a period of time. There must be inflation in the fund, because what is happening? That you are estimating the, preparing the estimates on basis of present SOR. Implementation takes 3 to 4 years. So that escalation over a period of 3 years or 4 years is not taken into account while designing the system or putting the cost estimate. So where there is, our budget gets disturbed and we are unable to complete certain components due to the lack of the fund after implementation. Now what happens? That drainage network is integrated approach. If you are laying a particular network and it is not being utilized due to that downstream approach, then your whole investment is futile. So we have to take care of this funding pattern and identify the escalation and all these things in this your drainage network cost estimate. Fourth one is operation maintenance. We are very experts in creating assets, but we don't maintain the assets. So operation and maintenance, we have to pay more attention to O&M rather than only creating the asset. Everywhere there is a main issue related to the O&M, and O&M has to be, defined very well. Means weekly maintenance, fortnightly, monthly, 3 months, 6 months, and annual maintenance. These steps must be, there must be manual for O&M of the sewerage system. Then regulation of the assets. Means what happens? That you have created assets, people open the manhole, dump the waste, there is no regulation of the asset. So only authorized person should be in position to open the manhole, and nowadays these chips and microchips are available which will authorize the person, only he can go and open the manhole, otherwise other will not be in position to open the manhole. That should be the system. And last one is upgradation needs. Means every time, after 10 years, you have to upgrade the system, you have to assess the condition. You have to map the asset. Means whenever you are constructing any asset, that has to be properly mapped. You don't know where the manhole is located. You don't know what is the depth. If you want to connect to the network, it is not feasible. There is a one princely town in Gujarat, is 500 years old, Devgad Baria. Vasundhara Raje's cousin stays there at present also. So town is having sewerage system very well laid just in 2017. Sewerage system is laid at depth of 7 to 8 feet on the main road. Houses are located on lower side. Toilets are located at depth of 10 feet. So sewerage system is there, but it is not used even for 5%. Backyard, there is a drain is going on, flowing, and every household is connected to this particular drain. And from this drain, what sewage is going to the Panam river, Mahi river, and from there, they are patching the water for drinking purpose. This is what is happening. That is what our seniors, Mr. Sasanka and Rajesh Bhai told, that this is what happening everywhere, and we have to take care of this protection of our water resources, which we are using for the drinking purpose. Next. Now there are so many manuals, ASC manual, American Society of Civil Engineers, which is well defined, which is more elaborative than CPHO manual. But we are using the CPHO manual. There are criteria that you have to go for minimum self-cleansing velocity of 0.6. We are having design horizon of 30 years. You know what is the life of sewerage system pipeline? Shimla, you must have visited Shimla. Church area, 30 years we are designing, right? Exactly what is the life? No. More than 100 years. Shimla church area, municipal corporation area, sewerage system was laid back in 1872, which is still functional. There is no issue of the pipeline life, there is no erosion, there is no corrosion, nothing. Go to Delhi old city area, Daryaganj and all these things, Chandni Chowk, sewerage system has been laid there, which is in existence for more than 100 years. Ahmedabad, walled city, old city area having population of 5 lakhs. Central core area. There also sewerage system is in existence since 1886. Baroda, Sayajirao Gayakwad, city was established 400 years back. they have laid the sewage system. It is in existence for 120 years. Bhavnagar, Bhav Singh ji, Takshi ji, that king was there. I have visited the plant recently. Its sluice gate is as brand new as it is laid just 1 year back. It is 125 years old. Bombay, everywhere you go to any big city, everywhere the sewage system is in existence for more than 100 years. Nothing happens to RCC pipe. 100 years, 100 years. But pipe life will be more than 100 years. American Association of this concrete pipe says that it has been used for 250 years in Chicago. Everywhere, nothing happens to RCC pipeline which is laid underground. It is not exposed to the harsh conditions. RCC pipes. Other, which pipes do we, which pipes you are using? DWC. See, PVC pipe, if you have larger thickness, then it will not undergo any deformation. What happens? In PVC pipe, if you are using 6 kg per cm square pressure, then it will have thickness of 4 to 5 mm. There is a Michelin-Marstons equation, there is earth load. Earth load, with earth load, what happens? That pipe deforms. It assumes this shape, this elliptical shape. And in that case, your flow will not behave the way it is designed. So PVC pipes are subjected to deformation. DWC pipes are also subjected to deformation. So these pipes are not designed for the sewage. HDP is also there. HDP pipes are also being used for the sewage network. But all this, there are IS code, but Gujarat has stopped using HDP pipe for last 5 years. They have laid the HDP pipe in past, in 2000, 2005. HDP pipe and DWC pipe were being used. GRP pipe were also used. Everywhere it has failed to shear failure. Now we have switched over to RCC pipe with these Titan joints. We don't use collar joints. We use only this Titan joints, ring, slip fit ring. That is the pipe we have to use. And that has proven to be successful everywhere in India. Yes? Yes, anything? Anybody wants to say something on this? There is active role of PhD people. Yeah. And ULBs? But what is your expectation from this workshop? What do you expect from this workshop? What is the outcome you are expecting from us? What key takeaways? IND, okay. See, fund is not constraint. We have to provide basic amenities to our people. Mindset is a constraint. We have to overcome that fund is constraint. That mindset you have to come out of this. I'll share one example with you. I am working with one NGO also called Self-Employed Women Association Seva, which is a very big NGO having staff of more than 50,000 people in Gujarat, Ahmedabad. They have launched program of Parivartan. What has happened? There was a cost of infrastructure provided in slums and small villages having population up to 5,000 people. People used to abuse the system, means people used to take illegal connections from this network, water network. They used to discharge dump lot of waste, solid waste in the sewage network, and system used to fail due to all these things. So what they have made them partner in this particular system. Partner means, suppose cost is 20,000, they have said that you have to pay 2,000. A poor person is paying 2,000 rupees for this particular asset, then he will say that this is my own asset. I own the asset, so if someone is abusing the system, then he will say that you cannot do it because I have paid for it. They were charging only peanuts, 10% of this capital cost, but for that cost, what has happened? That they have started owning the assets, and after owning the assets, the system is in functional for almost 18 years. I have designed the system in 2001-2002 for more than 900 pockets in Gujarat. Everywhere it is functional for almost 18 to 20 years. Because there's a scheme called Parivartan. You can, Google it. Parivartan in Gujarat. Means Parivartan is transformation of slum to society, or transformation of village to a big township like city. It is having Pura, Pura concept, providing urban amenities in the rural area. So all these concepts were involved and utilized by NGOs in Gujarat in a big way. VASMO is another organization, Water and Sanitation Management. It's a government, but it's NGO. The role is to build the capacity, public participation, taking lectures, involving Gram Panchayats, Gram Sabha and all these things. So there are two people, one is the engineering aspect, another is the social aspect. And by combining these two aspects, they have succeeded in Gujarat in a very big way. That is why Gujarat has become model state for development, because we have to combine all these things. We cannot work in isolation because we are engineers and we cannot do all this. I am doctorate in engineering, but I always say that, okay, there is another role of NGO, because who can play vital role for success of the scheme. Second thing, whenever you are evolving a sewerage system, like for Imphal, what happens? There is a particular population density, highest population density, that will be attained over a period of say 50 to 60 years. So you have to design your system for 50 to 60 years, it will last for more than 100 years. There won't be any issue on that. But if you design the system for 30 years, there will be overflow. There is one town called Valsad in Gujarat. It is having population of 1.5 lakhs today. Sewerage system was laid in 1988. Today it has failed because pipes are undersized. Now instead of 150 mm pipe, they would have laid 200 mm pipe. It would have served for another 20, 30 years. There are smaller towns in Gujarat having population of 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. Their sewerage system was laid in 1971-72, and these sewerage systems are still functional. They are operating. There is no issue on the sewerage system. There is no overflow of the sewer on the roads. So our design should be for 100 years. We have submitted our proposal to CPHO. They are considering it, and they may amend that you have to design the system at least for 60 years or 80 years. That is what is happening in CPHO. So we have to consider our sewerage network has to be designed for longer period rather than a shorter period. Because how you are going to replace the system? Suppose I am talking about small towns having population of 25,000, 50,000, 1 lakh. 80% of the road will have width less than 9 meters. There is a water supply pipeline. There may be 1 or 2 or 3 water supply pipelines. There may be cables. There may be telephone, electricity cables, other gas pipeline and all other utilities. Your sewer line is laid on the center of the road, where you are going to lay another line. If you try to lay the pipeline on another side of the road, then your foundation will be exposed. You will not be able to lay pipeline because your depth will be 4 to 5 meters. In that case, you cannot lay another sewerage system. So you have to think holistically that we have to design the system in such a way that it will last for longer period, which will have more cost effective, and life cycle will be sustainable basically. Next. Second is the velocity. Means suppose manual says that you have to attain this velocity of 0.6 meter per second, right? Why that velocity is required? In CPHO they have clearly said this formula, Chase's formula. According to this formula, your specific gravity 2.65 and particle size 0.01 mm. Now, instead of 0.01 mm particle, your particle size is much lower. Because what is the source of solid waste in this sewerage network? Floor, wheat floor, rice floor. It will have specific gravity of 1.4. So you can go for 0.3 meter per second velocity. Second, in any sewerage network, nowadays we have stopped using the vent shaft. Vent shaft is required at every 250 meters, which will release the gases generated in the sewage. Because the moment sewage is generated, it will have BOD of say 100-200 milligram per liter. Your dissolved oxygen is of the level of 7 milligram per liter. So immediately it will start getting septic. So it is anaerobic condition. It is underground conduit. So there is not exposure to oxygen atmosphere. So ultimately what happens? It generates H2S, methane. Now this H2S with water will form the H2SO3. So your line is flowing at say 50% of the flow normally. Then this surface will get corroded. So it will increase your that N value. Accordingly, your friction will increase and your carrying capacity will go down. So this vicious cycle will start. So to stop that vicious cycle, we must provide vent shaft. Those who have visited Mumbai and come out of Dadar, Bombay Central Churchgate, you walk along the road. There are ornamental metal, these iron rods, these poles, pillars. Now these are vent shafts. It is not necessary to have some ugly structure for that. You can have ornamental pillars. You can have this type of industrial fan installed on it, which will rotate with even wind velocity of 0.5 kilometer per hour, and it will suck all the air from the sewage, so it will not be dispersed. What happens? That you are going to set up vent shaft, that resident will object that there will be a lot of odor in my place. In Gujarat, what was happening? That people used to send their servant and kept that particular vent shaft, because a lot of sewage gases emanate during evening hours whenever they are sitting outside in garden and taking cup of tea or something like that. So they cover all this vent shaft. So if you provide this particular type of structure, it is not going to cost you more than 500 rupees. It is industrial fan available, made of FRP material. It is a nature-based system. So this vent shaft must be provided. Next. Second, in your state, the issue is related to low density, population density, right? Population density is very low, so your flows are not great. So with lower density, your flows are less, but at the same time, you have got better terrain, better slopes than very flat terrains like Gujarat or Maharashtra or Rajasthan. In Rajasthan and Gujarat, slopes are, in entire town, there won't be more undulation of 10 meters. Here you have got at least undulation of 20, 30, 40 meters. So that you can have proper gradient of the sewer system without attaining higher depth. You have the problem of this water table. Do you encounter problem of water table anywhere in ULBs? Whether water tables are very high? Slightly high, right? You can go for sand bedding. Sand bedding is must, because whenever you are having water table, very high water table, your releasing of the pressure through this sand bed will be the best effective solution. You call it a granular bed or something like that. So pressure relief valves in civil engineering, normal civil. We are providing pressure relief valve in all these underground sumps and everywhere. That is going to be more effective tool for your system. Second, you have got tourism potential, huge tourism potential. And we don't design the system for tourism. Because what happens? Your population is say 10,000, tourists are almost 25,000, 30,000. I'll tell you one example. Ambaji is a pilgrim center in Gujarat. Our Prime Minister is observing fasting during 9 days. Population is 23,000. They accommodate tourists of 5 lakhs per day. During all the Purnima, okay. And during Bhadarava Punam, Shardiya Navratri, before Diwali, 1 month before Diwali, 30 lakh tourists visit that place. People stay in tents, people stay in households, this, as homestay facilities and all these things. So this town is overcrowded. 30 lakh tourists in a single day. People stay there for 2 or 3 days because it is located on the border of Gujarat. So people coming from say 400, 500 kilometers away from Gujarat, they have to stay there. So all the wastewater and water demand, a lot of menace created. So we have to design the system for pilgrims. Second thing, pilgrims or tourists will have habit of taking bath in the early morning. So your peak flow in the sewage or peak demand in the water will be 10 or 12 folds. We are designing only for peak factor of 3. So that is where we fail. So we need to, design the system for this particular peak flow. Then next, do's and don'ts. Basically, you have to maintain the slope. Recently, you have awarded any contract for sewerage network in Imphal? Sewerage network? coming up, right? Now this sewerage network you have to lay from tail to head. Whenever you are laying sewerage system, you have to provide larger pipeline, trunk sewers in first phase, start connecting houses to those particular trunk lines through inspection chamber, and then you have to go in upstream. So your assets will start utilizing, it will develop the flows, otherwise flows will not develop over a period of 5 years. If you are designing the system, you are implementing the system in a big way, but you are not using it for 5 years because it is not completed, then there will be a lot of problem in commissioning of the system. There may be so many blanks and blinds introduced in the manhole. Because what happens that whenever you are constructing manhole, there will be a dummy in the pipeline so that, you know, cat and all these small dogs and puppies will not enter into the system. So they will plug it. They will forget to remove the plug. So the system doesn't work. Whenever you want to commission, you say that my flows are hardly 10% of whatever I anticipated, because house connections are not getting, and then sewer manholes are getting overflowing. So overflowing of manhole and this, they are the main culprits in this. So we have to take care of the execution, and we have to see that we are laying the system from tail to head. Second thing is connection of the chamber. You have to provide inspection chamber. You are not providing inspection chamber everywhere. There is a main line laid on the main road. Then you cannot connect household to the particular manhole. You have to provide inspection chamber on side of a road, wherein household will connect their sewage, and this inspection chamber will be connecting to the manhole. No direct connection from household to manhole. Never ever permit any household connection to this. Then your depth should not be more than 4. Anyway, your topography and your water table will not permit you to go for higher depth. But you should preferably not go beyond 4.5 meters of the depth. Okay, but it's only small pockets, maybe patch of 500 meters or 1 kilometer, not more than that. Yeah. Second, we don't maintain slope. Any sewerage system, maintenance of slope is most tedious task because underground utilities are there, and you have to ensure that lines are laid in particular slope which is missing. Everywhere. Gentle slope or steep slope, both are harmful for the sewerage system. Steep slope will generate more gases and your system will not work properly. There will be backwater. And gentle slope will have always siltation problem, reducing carrying capacity, and there is a backwater curve on gentle slope. Ventilating column. Then what about the road reinstatement activity? Do you carry out the road reinstatement immediately after the sewerage network, or you take it after say 1 year or 2 years? Whenever you are constructing a sewerage network in a town, you have to reinstate the road immediately, whether you are doing it or not. Road restoration, reinstatement of the road, restoration of the road and assets, that you have to do immediately, but your proper watering is key to success. Everywhere this caving takes place due to inadequate watering. Third one, next slide. Your farthest patch should not be 3 kilometers, means you are starting the sewerage system and there is pumping station, your distance of travel should not be more than 3 kilometers. Because with longer passage of the time, travel time, because your velocities are in range of 0.3 to 0.6 meter per second, then what happens that your sewage has got more anoxic condition and very difficult to treat. So your pumping facility should be there at maximum 3 kilometers and not more than that. Yeah. Minimum distance is not there. It's all depends on topography, but maximum is 3 kilometers. Then what happens? We are phasing the contracts, means we are making 1, 2, 3, 4 packages. What about interconnectivity between packages? Because in absence of interconnectivity of packages, whole network is not useful. You have to go for comprehensive contract. There may be large player, but there is a single point accountability and responsibility for any contract. So you have to go for it. Don't package, treatment plant will be done by some other agency, pumping station will be done by other agency, pipeline will be laid by another agency, 1, 2, 3, 4 pockets. There is interconnectivity of the sewerage network. Without that particular, your contract will fail. And you have to go for SCADA. Level-based sensor systems are nowadays only 1 lakh rupee per system. And level-based system will save on a lot of energy and pumping system operation. Power factor maintenance is also another critical aspect, otherwise you will be penalized. You know power factor, do you have any rules of power factor maintenance? We have got power factor maintenance of 0.98 in Gujarat. Okay. You have to develop that particular power factor maintenance in your contract. Power factor means your energy consumption, means you have provided 50 HP pump. It is operating at efficiency of say 70%. And your designed efficiency is 80%, then your power factor will go up according to these harmonics and all these things. So there is, in electrical engineering, there is a mechanism of power factor in this panel. Panel will show you, display the power factor. This is a power factor. If your power factor is less than 0.98, then your system is much lower efficient and you have to do something rectification. That is the power factor maintenance. And second thing, wherever you are providing pumping station, you are providing panel on top of the pumping station. Now sewage will have a lot of hazardous gases. According to IS code, you cannot provide the electrical connection or panels on this particular pumping station because it will catch fire. It is highly inflammable, methane and all these things. So you have to provide separate control room for panel rather than utilizing the wet well on dry well and wet well system. It may be 5 meter or 6 meter, not much cost must, but you have to have this separate control system. Electrical IS code says that you cannot provide all these things with methane. Yes, never in the pumping station. You have to provide in separate room. Next. So most important, project management, maintain the slope, workmanship, ROU, and refilling. These are the 5 main critical aspects, and everywhere we are not in position to maintain the slope. So please provide enforce the slope maintenance in the drainage network. Next. You look at the common scenario. These are all the places in Gujarat. All the places in Gujarat are having this scenario. A lot of solid waste is accumulated over here. Next. Pumping station also you see. Pumping station also you see a lot of solid waste is encountered. Next. We are using the robotic machine or this manual cleaning machine and all these things. Next. Now you introduce this particular type of gritting in between. It should be it could be in form of basket or FRP screen, which is not going to cost you more than 2% of the project cost. But this is going to ensure your solids are trapped at manhole. Someone will have to clean this manhole at every 15 days or 1 month. And only liquid will go beneath this particular trap, and your hydraulic will not be disturbed. Once there is no clogging of the sewerage network, there won't be any sulfide generation, there won't be any siltation. Life expectancy will go up. In my hometown, Nadiyad, having population of around 3 lakhs, when I was child, say around 10 years, there used to be a person from municipal council, and they used to call us, everyone, कि आ जाओ बाहर. फिर सबको बोलते कि you collect 5 or 6 buckets of the water and pour in your toilet. So there is a large flow and sewer gets cleaned. So that was the practice on every first Sunday of month. That is the practice. Now they have stopped doing all these things, and there is a problem of the sewage overflowing, clogging, all these things are there. So your regular maintenance means every first Sunday was like this. We were doing all this. When I myself was doing all these things. Next. Next. सबको दीजिए. Project capital cost. As Pai sir has said, it will be ranging from 8,000 to 25,000, 30,000. It all depends upon the topography, terrain, the distribution pattern of the population. And you have to prove all these things before central government to obtain more fund. Central government may insist that your cost could not be more than 5,000, 6,000 per capita. But in your case, it may be 50,000, 30,000. In Saputara is a town, when I have designed the system, now its cost is 70,000 per capita. 70,000 per capita. Because population distribution is such and distances are so far that we have to lay network, we have to ensure the flows, and there are a lot of tourists. So this is important to evolve a system with proper means cost estimate justification. Next. So now your key takeaway was design life expectancy, maintenance of slope, introducing innovative concept of solid strap in the manhole. Polluter has to pay, means inspection chamber to manhole, there is a small pipeline of 150 mm. You provide one small grating there, you know, hole with screen type of thing. So which will not permit any sanitary pad or anything entering into the system. Once it is provided, inspection chamber will overflow and the polluter who has dumped all this solid waste into that drain will be punished. And your roads are very narrow. So in narrow roads, you have to provide sewage system. So you have to see that your design life is at least 100 years, not less than 100 years. If you don't maintain the system, waste system will fail. And maintenance may cost you 1% extra, but your maintenance is only important, means it is the only critical thing in sewerage network. If you don't maintain, your system set up at cost of 100 crore will fail, definitely fail. You have to emphasize on maintenance and you have to frame the contract of O&M for 10 years, 15 years or 20 years, not 5 years. What is happening? 5 years, nothing happens. Project is like a child. Child means you will be very happy with your child up to age of 5 years. Then he start going to school, he will start creating problem. After 15 years, there will be more problems. After 25 years, there will be more problem. So project is like a child. You treat it as a child, there won't be any issue. Your maintenance has to be there and maintenance cost will keep on increasing with years. You can't assume that and second thing, I'll tell you about the conservancy tax. If you ask people to pay, say, this sewage tax, they will say no. You built in to your property tax. We have introduced conservancy tax in Gujarat. Conservancy tax means your property tax is 1,000 rupees, they have added 200 rupees towards this maintenance of the assets of sewerage, water supply and all these things, or solid waste management. So conservancy tax is the key to success of your project. Otherwise, without revenue, you will not be able to operate and maintain the system. Next. All these things are available in presentation. This will be shared with you. There is no issue on this. We are not going to talk on this. I will just to understand your concerns and issues. After this. Yes. आपको पूछ रहा हूँ. Yeah.
Sir, the biggest problem of SBM2 is the scheme is going to provide support to the town which is less than 1 lakh population.
Yes.
So we have a STP plan in Manipur, but that is funded by ADB. That's an ADB project. So their funding is huge. On the contrary, in Manipur, the overall mission allocation is just 58 crore, which is to be divided to 26 urban local bodies. Now, apart from that, the piping is not going to be funded by the scheme, if I'm not wrong. So that is written in the guidelines. Only the treatment facility is going to be funded. So when we actually try to set up an STP plant, the main problem that we come across is mainly related to the funding, because our funding is too less. 58 crore out of that, there will be 10% from the state share, so 50. Now another problem is when we actually do a tender work, there's an agency charge for 11.75, which is to be borne by the state. And we have submitted the project proposal for 8 towns. We have submitted a CSAP. When we prepared a CSAP, the state, when we cover the funding, if we try to cover the entire 100% population of the town, we are not able to get the entire project funding, because 3,000 rupees per capita is what is being funded by the scheme, SBM 2.0. So taking all of this in consideration, STP, designing a full-fledged STP might not be a feasible idea as of now, because even when we submitted the project proposal for the CSAP for this IND and co-treatment of fecal sludge, there has been so many questions that has been raised from the ministry, because the cost factor is very high in Manipur. We have considered the schedule rate 2022 while preparing our proposal, but it becomes quite difficult for us to convince the ministry that things are very expensive. See, if I give an example, the price of a cement bag in Delhi is around 300 rupees. Here in Manipur is 610 rupees. Price of a brick is around 21 rupees as on date. There in Delhi is around 6 or 7 rupees. So when we take all of this, this is just 1% of the problem that we are facing when we try to design a full-fledged STP. So we know that STP is the ultimate solution of both black and gray water, but for the time being, taking all of this in consideration, this might be quite a very big project for us. It's just my idea.
No, you have rightly taken the point. It's really very interesting, and STP is not going to cost you more than 10% of the total project cost. Your network cost, pumping stations cost, and inspection chamber cost is much more higher. And secondly, your this cost of cement bag and bricks, whatever you are saying, that is really very high, means as compared to other states. In Gujarat also it's 350 rupees, or Maharashtra also same. But in here it is 600 rupees, means you have to link with the RBI index for explanation to the government of India. You can explain this to government of India, they know all these things, ground reality, but they have to, frame some common platform. If you say that your cost is much higher, then other states will start taking leverage and advantage of this particular thing. So government is not immediately approving it, but you have to put consistent efforts with all the facts and figures of the basic prices of labor, material and fuel and all these things in this state, and why it is so high, considering the, yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Or is a horizontal.
Yeah.
Like over here, we don't have that multiple multi building, so that is also one factor, because it's a population is very sparely distribution. Whereas in other big cities it's a very densely populated. So like for example, say one part of the population stays over here and another part of the population stays over there, and while laying the pipe it takes a lot of the distance between the two villages or two location, you have to lay the pipe. So for 100 population, 100%, so let's say 50% stays over here, another 50% stays over there. Just to lay the line from here to here, it's about 10 kilometers. Whereas for 100 population in Delhi, you will be laying a distance of 10 meters. So whereas we are laying a distance of 10 kilometers, that will affect the cost also.
For you, DAY-1 is a solution.
Yeah.
DWATS is the only
Actually,
solution for
last
you.
time I myself went over there and I have convinced that point over there.
Yeah. So population distribution is main concern, right? And base price is very high, almost double as compared to other cities of India. Yeah.
Which is actually designed for the area of Imphal Municipal Corporation, which is not covered under SBM 2.0. Because it's more than 1 lakh population, which is to be covered by Amrut 2 if they have to set up another STP. So the other towns, the remaining 26 towns, which is less than 1 lakh population, their terrain, their topography, everything, including the population diversity, it's so different. We have 2-3 towns wherein 50% of the ward is on the left of the main road and 50% of the ward is on the right. So how do we design something that covering 50% is another challenge? So when we design our first CSAP and presented to the SLTC in June last year, we designed standalone FSTP because standalone FSTP was actually allowed as an interim measure, and this was very clearly written in the draft Reconer. But that part has been removed when the final this thing was being printed. So these are small things. But we have an STP, but that is for Imphal. But when we talk about other towns, it's completely different.
Okay, we'll discuss separately on this issue. Anybody else? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Devang Bhai, for discussing sewerage systems with us. I know our populations are small, densities are less. There are many aspects which we need to consider before we take up sewerage system. But the takeaway for all of us is there is one option like that which we might consider under certain circumstances. Yeah, it's just an option. For now, let's take it that way. Yeah, and also keep in mind that sewerage systems have different flavors, settled solids and simplified sewers and all of those. We'll explore those and see if those will bring the cost down, and maybe systems might be useful. But we take the point that maybe the state is not ready for this at this point. But our responsibility is to show all the possibilities to you, and then you choose what is good for you. Yeah. So in that spirit, we wanted to present even sewerage systems to you, and that's what we have done. Now I think it's time for a good break. Let's have lunch, and then we will reconvene. We'll continue from there. Yeah. Thank you so much. Please join us for lunch.
We thank Shri Devang Shah, Managing Director, Himadri Enviro Protection, for that session on planning and project management of sewerage system. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. Lunch is being served outside the hall. Kindly join us for lunch, and we will resume the session after lunch. Thank you.
remaining household is still under process. So before going into depth regarding the sewerage system, I would like to highlight some of the terms or terminologies related with the sewerage system. As our experts earlier have also mentioned these terms, I would like to put some highlight on them. So first of all, what is a sewage? Sewage may be classified as domestic or municipal wastewater, which is produced by a community of people. It is mainly constituted either by grey water or the black water, or by both. Grey water constitutes those from sinks or showers or washing of clothes or utensils or kitchen waste. The black water mainly from the flush toilets. They are generally characterized by the volume or the rate of flow, its physical, chemical, or biological characteristics. Now, why is there a need for the sewage management? The answer is very simple, so that in order to protect our environment from pollution or to make our environment pollution free, if the wastewater that is to be generated or disposed into a water source or say river in our area, if they are not treated properly, then they may be causing various waterborne diseases, and it will cause a health hazard. Another benefit of having an STP or a wastewater treatment is that it can be a source of energy production. At the final stage of an STP, we used to get a source of methane that is known as sludge, and this can be used as a very good source of energy in the near future. Now, what do you mean by sewage treatment or the treatment of wastewater? No doubt sewage is a type of wastewater, and its treatment is basically done in plants called the sewage treatment plant, and in that the contaminants that are causing pollution is to be removed and make it fit for use. Fit in such a way that we are not going to produce potable water, but we are going to treat in such a way that we are going to reach its permissible limit to certain extent that we can use it in various purposes like washing clothes or gardening or any kind of cleaning purposes. So regarding the existing STP in our state, it is of separate type which treats only the black water and not the grey water. Now, talking about the sewerage project that our state has, we have got two different projects. The first one, as I have already mentioned, is the Imphal Sewerage Project Phase 1 that has already been commissioned. And the second one, that is the upcoming project, is Integrated Sewerage System for Imphal City Phase 2. It's visible, right? So the first project is Imphal Sewerage Project Phase 1 that has already been commissioned, and the second upcoming project is the Integrated Sewerage System for Imphal City Phase 2. I'll be dealing with these in the later slides. So this is a brief profile of Imphal City. The total wards present in our IMC is 27, and out of which 11 wards are covered in Phase 1, and the remaining 16 wards will be covered in Phase 2. So this is the map showing the boundaries of municipal wards or the outgrowth areas of Imphal City. The shaded portion in the middle is the area where the Phase 1 has covered up, and the periphery area will be the region which will be covered up by the Phase 2, Project Phase 2. So this is a summary of Imphal Sewerage Project Phase 1. It was actually started on 2004 July. The area covered, as I have mentioned, 11 wards out of the 27 wards, namely ward number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14, 15, 24, 25, and 26 are already covered under Phase 1, and the remaining 16 will be covered in the upcoming project Phase 2. The type of method which is used for the treatment is the activated sludge process, and the capacity that we are having here in Langol is 27 MLD. The targeted household to be benefited with this project is 9,564, out of which 7,500 households have been connected, and the remaining household is still under process. Before going into the next slide, I'll just present a small clip of how the various, so this is the clip. There's no sound. So this is the plant that we have in STP, situated at Langol. So this is the primary section, including screening and grid chambers. This one is the regarding secondary treatment unit, that is clarifier and with aerators present in it. The third part will be the tertiary part, that is for the sludge removal and its extraction. So this is how the STP here in Langol looks like. So these are some of the pictorial representation of how the various components of our STP looks. The first one is the aerial view of the treatment units, which consist of primary, secondary, and tertiary treatment units. The second picture is the primary and secondary treatment unit that we have here. The third one is filter belt press, that is for the extraction of sludge. And the final one is the control panel. So in an STP, the most important part is with the removal of biological characteristics. That is, we know it as BOD, that is biochemical oxygen demand. Even though we have we can measure it at the site of secondary treatment unit, but we have lab facilities with the help of which we can estimate the incumbent, that is influent BOD, and can compare with that of effluent, that is the treatment wastewater, so that it may be reduced to a permissible limit and can be later discharged into the environment. So these are the various steps of BOD analysis in our laboratory. Another problem that we face here is with the blocking of chambers or manholes, as it was already mentioned by an expert before also. So cleaning of these manholes and chambers becomes very important from time to time. We have also conducted various awareness programs to the people that they should not be disposing any kind of solids into the chambers directly or even to their toilets, but still they are still continuing with these, and hence cleaning of such chambers and manholes has become very important from time to time. So we have got various vehicles like cesspools as mentioned earlier, and also we have got a machine called duct cleaning machine, which we use it for cleaning of any kind of solid matters that has been disposed into the chambers, which should not have been done. So these are some of the pictures how we clean manhole in Bazaar area, that is Thangal Bazaar. So another picture is here near Samu Makhong. Cleaning was done recently. Now regarding the household connection, we are going to connect, instead of like delivering or discharging the sewage into their septic tank, we are going to collect it into our manhole or the sewer network so that it can be brought into our STP for further treatment, so that these wastewater after treatment can be reused later on for future needs. So firstly, we used to excavate it for laying of the sewer pipelines, and from the various or the this one nearby household, we are going to collect the sewage with the help of PVC pipes. So this is how we have collected sewage from various households. Sample pictures are here. So this is another picture showing how connection has been done at Thangal Bazaar area, Ngari Gali. Another one at Thangal Bazaar. There's one also at Pauna Bazaar. So the main reason that we have focused here at Bazaar area is because there are many migrants people staying there, and they don't have this one adequate septic tank design, so they are discharging directly the sewage into the drains or the open drains nearby. So with this project, we have like collected maximum of the sewage that was earlier discharged into the open drains. Now many of them are directly disposing into our sewer network, so that the pollution control has been done, or the pollution has been minimized up to a certain extent. Now, as I have mentioned earlier, another project is coming up, that is integrated sewage system for Imphal City Phase 2. The remaining 16 wards will be covered under this, and this will be funded by NDB. The total capacity will be of 49 MLD. The total pumping stations will be 21, and the process or the treatment process will be based on sequential batch reactor. Why this? Because this is somewhat more advanced or more economical than the earlier one we have adopted, that is the activated sludge process. So these are the areas where we will be having STPs. 3 STPs will be there. First one is the expansion of the existing STP that we have here in Langol. The second STP, STP2, will be at Uchekon Lokol, and STP3 will be at Langthabal Kunja. So we will be having 21 pumping stations. There will be 3 main pumping stations and 18 intermediate pumping stations. Now, certain do's and don'ts are there so that the sewer network won't be blocked or won't be disturbing the functioning of our sewer system. The first important is adequate use of water. The most easy way to cope up with this is using flushing system, or at least we should be using 5 liters of water to flush the toilet whenever we use it every time. And there should be a proper segregation and separation of this solid waste with those of liquid waste, so that it does not disturb our sewer network. Now these are some of the points. So again, a picture representation of what we should not be doing with our toilet or the we should not be disposing any kind of solid into these pits. Now, why there is a need for the reuse of treated wastewater? The answer is simple. In order to cope up with the scarcity of water, there should be a reuse of treated wastewater, and also due to various advanced technology, it has been now possible to reuse this water again, so that the dependence of our living into natural source will be minimized. So here again, same continues. In order to cope up with the scarcity situation, we should be focusing main on this one, treating of wastewater so that our resources won't be depleted from time to time. Now, another point is how this wastewater or the treated wastewater has been reused here. Some of the examples are we can use it for irrigation purposes or construction activities, thus control fire services. In our case, we are using it for the cleaning purposes in our STP campus itself or watering of plants, because planting also becomes a very important role when we are having an STP around here in order to control the odor that an STP produces. So in order to water those plants, we are using these treated water within the campus itself so that we won't be depending on any fresh water. So this ends with the short, information about the STP that we have in Manipur. With this, I'll just wind up. Thank you.
Will you be taking any question, Ms. Supriya?
I think this is a very important presentation in the context of what we are discussing today, because the sewerage system is of course at one level, but STPs are probably required in every town as we go forward, because you have to deal with the drain water and the water from the on-site systems and so on. So it's probably good to start thinking about what an STP is, how you would visualize it, and those sort of things. So in that context, I think this presentation was very, very apt at this point. So thank you so much for sharing with us. I had just one couple of questions. I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, but in phase 1, we have not connected grey water to the sewer system. Is there a reason for that?
It's a separate system.
There are two.
No, we don't have the other one. We are just having the black water facilities. Right?
Okay.
Grey water is already taken up by environment department. Grey water environment department is
taking up right now.
So that is from the drain.
That is different. They will be dealing with the grey water, and we are actually dealing with the black water.
So even in phase 2, you will only black water. Oh wow. Okay. Is there a specific reason for only limiting to black water?
There are no certain specific reasons for that.
Okay.
So why not both together?
Yeah, since you are anyway laying the pipes and it's an expensive process, might as well put grey water and black water in it.
Together.
The entire piping system, most of the cost is for excavation, manholes, and road restoration. Pipe cost is very minimal. So any particular reason that, and sewage treatment system cost is only 10 to 20% of the total sewerage project itself. So what is the reason why you want to separate it out?
Out here in Manipur, the source for the grey water is mainly open sources, and we don't have specific procedures or technical facilities to collect all those grey sources. That I think that must be the reason why our seniors haven't adopted the treatment of grey water, I think.
What's the system?
No, it was not very clear.
No, actually, we don't have a such system to collect those grey water.
Yeah, but at household level it will.
No, household level, 2 pipes comes out of your house. That's the problem. In Manipur, it's not like that specific outline for grey water and black water. For black water, is specific line, but for grey water, like there's no specific connection for grey water.
So people wash their outside and it's coming through a open drain.
Your black water will have flow of hardly 30-40 liters per capita, maximum, not more than that. Your concentration of the waste will be very high. Okay, what is going to happen with that? Your process will get disturbed because your HRT will increase. That is going to lead to bulking of sludge. And with that higher retention time in primary settling tank, what will happen? That bulking of sludge will lead to the development of filamentous bacteria growth. Filamentous bacteria growth will interfere with the function of this aeration. And aeration is not adequate, your substrate is less, then what will happen? That your secondary clarifier will not work. Your return sludge is going to be affected by that. You go by any process, whether it's going to be cyclic activated sludge process or the sequential batch reactor. But everywhere your substrate is important. When your substrate is limited, your microbial growth is more, then your whole system will be imbalanced. Your food to microbe ratio. Your food is limited, microbes are more. So that is why your system will never get stabilized. And you will have the problems of, recurring problem, vicious cycle will start. So rather you collect, and second thing, your sewerage system is water-borne carrier system. If your water consumption is less or your grey water is separated, then you will not get sufficient self-cleansing velocity.
See, that is why you have to tell people to use more water for flushing.
And second thing, means there are so many things, means your pipe size is minimum 150 mm or what? Okay. Your capital cost is how much? For network, phase 2 network, I have seen the 277 kilometers, if I am right, correct? 1,400 crores. Okay. Now you just imagine, suppose your costs are almost double as compared to Delhi or Gujarat or other places. Cement bag or sand, aggregate, everything. It's very costly. So in other states, my cost per kilometer would be around 1 crore per kilometer. Here it is 5 crores per kilometer. Still you are at risk of failure of the system due to chokeage, less flow, prone to the silting, your corrosion, crown corrosion. Because silt will take place, then crown corrosion will take place. So to avoid that, you admit both the waters, means grey and black, into the sewerage system. That is the correct solution for you. 277 multiplied by say 5. So
I also have a suggestion. Maybe you are saying that at the moment the only reason why you are not connecting because there is no one particular place from where the grey water comes. So consider it for both, design it for both, and raise an awareness at a household level saying that there is a provision given for sending both the wastewater, because nobody wants to have a wastewater in front of their house. Correct, na? So I think the moment you tell people, give this awareness, show them the benefits of it, I think they would spend little money to fix their pipe and bring it to the place where the black water pipe is also connected. So as a practitioner, as Devang sir and Sasank also said that, I think you should definitely consider connecting it both together, not only from the sewerage, the slope requirement, other things. He also mentioned about the treatment effects also, what can happen. So please revisit it if not already been done.
Yesterday we were walking around this hotel. So there was some field, odor and all these things were there. Open nalas are there, and avoid that. You can avoid that. You have got the sewerage system. You have to just connect. And household connection will not going to cost more than 500 rupees. 500, 600 rupees. Because you have to just connect from this place to this place. Maybe 10 feet or 15 feet. That's the distance.
And one more thing, you are taking care of only 20 to 30% of wastewater. 70% is in open. So the public health wise as well as pollution wise, you are not taking care. You may have a sewerage system, but your lake or river is still polluted.
Look at the photographs. First photograph of the system. What happens? It's a covered with algae in the treatment units. Algal blooms are there because it shows that your nutrient-rich water is there. It is retained for longer period. The treatment plant cost is not effectively utilized. It is not optimum use. You are using hardly 20-25% of your capacity. Efficiency is very important.
We have a question at the back as well.
Yes, please. Yeah.
We have the STP plant at Langos. I was just wondering, would that plant be accepting the cesspool that municipality uses to clear the septic tank? The black water. In a sense, this is very much required because I stay in Imphal, But then my toilet septic tank is at a lower level, so I could never get connected with the sewerage pipeline. This is one drawback which I'm facing at the moment. That's why I could not get it connected. For which I would need the services from the municipality to suck out all those fecal matter from our septic tank. So now that septic tank, the fecal matter that has been taken out from this septic tank, could it be treated at our STP at Langol? Or would it be just catering to the pipeline or the sewer line?
Yeah, so that can be done, but the treatment units present in our STP was not earlier designed in such a way that we can bring this one sewage into a cesspool and then we can dispose it into the STP. So if we just add on some of this one modifications to the treatment units, then I think we can be treating the sewage that has been brought from various areas. As this was also mentioned by Sir also, no, that it can be done, but certain modifications with the unit has to be done before. After that only we can be treating. But right now we can't like collect sewage from any other area and dispose it directly into the STP, because it might cause problem or any kind of rate of flow into the sewage system.
Is your 27 MLD is fully utilized? How much it is not utilized? 50%? So I think still there is a 50% opportunity is there. See, there are two ways, I think Sasanka would explain that well tomorrow, that how to do it, but it's possible. I think you should seriously consider.
So, you know, I think this is a good discussion to have, right? We already have an STP which our friends have set up. They have the experience of running it. A lot of learning from this one experience. When we set up smaller STPs in smaller towns, it will help a great deal. So, again, thank you to the team for sharing with us. On the sewerage side, we had some discussion, but that's something that can keep going. So we'll now go to the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We thank Ms. Supriya Thaudam, Junior Engineer PhD, for that presentation on STP in Manipur. Our next presentation is City Sanitation Action Plan, CSAP in Manipur. This will be presented by Shri Swapan Kumar Sinha, Director, DIRTU Research and Technology LLP.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sasank sir and Rajesh sir, for giving this opportunity to share our experience in City Action Plan for the state of Manipur. So our presentation will contain in 3 modules. One is purpose and objective of this CSAP. This is already described since morning, the use of SBM 2.0. Then methodology, what methodology we have adopted. And finally, this CSAP plan 3B for used water. So this is what the objective of the SBM 2.0 is, that no used water without treatment should be released to environment. This is the only objective. We have to achieve this by treatment or by containing, or either in local level, city level, or household level. So we cannot release any wastewater untreated. Right. The methodology we adopted, if we see here, we had first round of interaction with Mission Directorate, understood the purpose of the project in detail, deliberations. Then thereafter we went down to the ULB. There we have interacted with the executive officers of the ULB. Thereafter we went down to the councillors, so that their view is very important in mobilizing public opinion. Once it is done, then we have developed a schedule for data generation in the ward-wise, household, and ULB-wise. So once we develop the the schedule, then we have validated the schedule, then again revised. So some schedule was not fitting into the requirement which we have developed in the beginning. So we had to revise it again. So after revision of 2 rounds, then we have finalized that this schedule is likely to generate a substantial amount of information what we wanted to design the system. Thereafter, we carried out the field survey, household level and ULB level. Then, in the beginning, we collected the septage sample from the septic tank of different ages of dislodging. Then we have carried those septage to the IIT Guwahati, our partner for analyzing the characteristics. Once we analyze the characteristic, then whatever the data generated, those data are compiled and narrowed down to what possible technology or the process we should adopt for a particular ULB. So this is how we have developed. Then we presented those concepts before the ULB with their feedback. Again, it was presented before the central PHO. Then another 2 rounds of SLTC presentation and revision. Now finally NARC has approved this 8 ULB. So I'm just sharing how it went through the process so that we can understand those who are aspiring to make CSEP in their own ULBs, they can do that. Yeah. So this is just an overview. I'm just adding this information here. Only one information somewhere, it went 26 MLD, 27 MLD should have been from Impal. Yeah, this madam has just spoken here. If you see here, there are 27 ULBs in Manipur across. The data classified is that less than 2,000 is 5,000 is 2 numbers, and less than 12,000 is 5 to 10,000 is 12 numbers. And if you see the population, less than 5,000, only 7,575, 2 ULBs sharing. And if we estimate the generation of sewage, it is somewhere 0.99 MLD based on our 2025 projection. So now 0.99 MLD generating. So what we are proposing here, 0.5 MLD in the beginning to it. It's a module wise. Then for 5,000 to 10,000 populations, there are 12 number ULBs and their population is somewhere projected is 1,13,000. All for this 12 ULBs, and their generation average is somewhere 0.5 to 1 MLD. So there we are, 1.02 average is that. So there we are proposing based on the catchment of our generation treatment, 0.5 to 1 MLD we are proposing for the population of 5,000 to 10,000 ULBs. And for the 10,000 to 20,000 population, which is a little higher in population, there are 7 ULBs. Their average sewage generation is somewhere 1.87 MLD. So there we are doing again 1 MLD to begin with as per the guideline. Then for the 20,000 to 50,000, projected generation is somewhere 3.91 MLD per ULB. So there probably 2 MLD will be enough to initiate it. Then for more than 50,000, which is only Imphal Municipal Corporation, our 35 MLD is the projected generation of sewage, and they have 27 MLD at the moment. So here, for 26 ULBs, which are less than 1 lakh population, sewage generation by 2025 projected is somewhere 45 MLD, right? And total proposes through the CSEP under SBM 2.0, it will be around 30 MLD. So somewhere 63% we are covering the, 66% somewhere covering the treatment process for the sewage. Please. Yeah, please. 27 MLD, this is what, 26, 27 as I told. Yeah. No, this is for the 1 lakh population, more than that. Already existing in state of Manipur, 1 STP, no? Yeah. Yeah. This 45 we are proposing here, so 30 is in addition to 27, it's a proposed one I am saying. Existing is 27, And they have another extension of 45 MLD, 49 MLD. That is for more than 1 lakh population. Here is less than 1 lakh population. 45 MLD is the generation and 30 MLD is the proposal. I think I'm clear? Or yeah. So now, how do we have come to these figures? So this is coming like that. So if you see here, there are the 8 ULBs. The total area of the ULBs for this 8 is around 40.48 square kilometer. Right? And number of wards is 84 wards total, and population is 81,000 as per census 2011 for the 8 ULBs together, and decadal growth is somewhere 15%. Average, I am saying, decadal growth rate. This is based on the census. Now, if we put this figure into population is around from 81,000 to it will be 99,000, say 1 lakh population 2025. So 2025, why we are taking? Because SBM 2.0 says we have to take in design consideration to begin with toward 2025. That's why. And if we see the density of the population, this is the crux of the problem. Here the projected population density is somewhere 1160 to somewhere less than 3,000 per square kilometer. So in this density, underground sewage is not possible. No, Devan Bhai, sir? No, this is what the context I am saying. At least Devan Bhai was saying 50 per hectare for hilly and 100 for the plain somewhere. So we are not reaching to that at the moment, other than Imphal. Because we are sparsely distributed, our population is. So density is very small. And besides the LPCD water supply. So we are not taking that at the moment. At the moment, if we go by theoretical, even 135 also, it will be very difficult task. So once this generated, then we have narrowed down the hydrogeology, where this drain water flows in, where it will go. So for every ULBs, we have generated data, and how many perennial streams, how many natural streams, and if river or something, and how many are confluence there, and in which ward it enters, and what kilometer it travels across the ULB, then where it meets where, ends where. So these many data we have generated for all the ULBs to understand where this wastewater can flow out from the ULB. So like this, this is for the Jiribam. The red one you can see here, this is the road, I think. Here they have a Jiri River is the main. So this is how we have generated. Jiri River is the only main river there, and it passed through 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10 words, number of words. So this is many words, and this many words is outflow into that river. So like this for the Lamlai also we have generated. For Kumbi, another ULB. Right? Then we have Moirang. There also we have 4, I think, numbers of streams passing through the ULB in different words, and their level of pollution is different based on the usage there. This is Ningthau Kong, this is Sugnu, and this is what? Yairipok. So here we have generated all. Then we have done the field exercise, data generation. Then this is the LULC. This is again another useful map here, the GIS LULC. So now the red one you see is a built-up area. Anything, sir?
So in the previous maps, what you showed, it's all household footprints actually?
That is from toposite. Okay. That is not on actuals. Okay. Actual I am coming later.
What does the red dot represent?
Red dot settlements. These are settlements. Not households, colony, something like that. It's a bigger, because South Bay of India they put, for larger one footprint, small one, not like that. It's 1 is to 50,000, no? So, yeah. Yes, yeah, SOI. So this is how we generated, and this is how the LULC. This is very crucial, please understand this. Here, until unless we understand the LULC, we cannot design the CSF for the city. LULC is the land use and land cover. In our ULB area, how much land is available free, which is not any construction having, where is the agriculture field, we have so many agriculture field also, we have water bodies also. So now if we see in this one, Vishnupur, here most of the ULB area is covered by built up area, red, already congested, right? And if you see here is the Jiribam also congested, the yellow one is agriculture field. But this is inside the our city area. Otherwise, see, Lamla area, see, this is the build-up area, remaining are paddy field. So this is how LULC map, once we generate, then it generates the information where here also, if we go little intensely, commercial establishment and residential establishment, if we can map generate through this, that will be helpful for your property tax, which you are in the process of implementation. So then you can generate the data from there. So we have not gone to that extent in the beginning, just to LULC to understand where we can generate the information for used water, where it can flow in. This is for the Moirang, again very well covered. Whereas this is this is for Kumbi and this is the Moirang. So Moirang, again you have enough space for expansion horizontally. But the blue line you can see here is the Loktak Lake, which we have been discussing from the beginning. So this is again Ningthou Khong. You have enough space for expansion. All ULBs don't have the same characteristics. So what I mean to say here, every ULB has their own features. And this is for Yaripok, this is for Sugnu. So once we understand this, then we went down to where are the drainage outfall, where it is flowing into it, into natural system. So these are geotech, so that we understand in what form they are flowing into. This is for Bishnupur, this is for Jiribam, this is for Kumbi, this is for Lamlai, this is for Moirang, this is for Ningthou Khong, this is the Loktak Lake where it is flowing here, this is the main one flowing different. So this is just, you can see Loktak Lake from here. This is what. So once we travel in detail, then only we could narrow down to this is for Sugnu, this is for Yairipok. This is how we generate the data for elevation and all activities. Yeah. Now here, coming to that. In the morning, Sasangsha was saying, no, plan B we submitted, but plan A information generated. This is information we generated here. Please understand this information. Please understand this, very interesting. Here you have containment. This is very important. Yes, sir. Please.
I think so much of the data
Yeah.
you have now taken,
Yeah.
it is all the ULBs. I think
Yeah.
whichever data you shown there, maybe the ULBs are present here.
Yeah.
They all know that.
Very much. Yeah. With the help, with their help only, we cannot directly go. No? It is through their assistance and help, and every level from EO to engineer to councillor to citizen, everybody help in generating data.
And maybe I'm asking
Yeah, please.
the next question.
True.
You would
Yeah.
say that.
Yeah.
Based on this data, the CSAP has
Yes,
come out?
yes. So this is what it took 1 year, sir, to generate the data.
Fantastic. I think 1 year you are working
Yes,
here
yeah,
on this.
yeah. So it took a lot of time. That's why we are very slow. But in the beginning, we had to revise the schedule many times. So this is how the thing goes on. So here, if we see the septic tank in Manipur, average for 8 ULBs, it is only 43% septic tank. Oh, time. Okay, I'll just quickly. Thank you. Yeah, I'll just.
It's very important.
Oh,
Please go
okay. I got permission, madam. So, like, yeah, fine. So now 43% is the septic tank, where you have potential to generate the discharge. And pit latrine 47%, where it will be gone elsewhere. You cannot collect it from there. Then you have, then interestingly, there are 3 exceptions of containment type in Manipur, what I have observed. One is they use a cylindrical RCC, which is less than 1 meter. And same model in PBC also. This is what I have noted down, and somewhere in different innovative way of containment which we have generated information from the ULBs. Then you see, then the flushing mode. This is our cistern mode, this is the pour flush mode. 93% is pour flush through bucket we are flowing. So now if we understand this, then we can expect how much used water is flowing where and how much we are going to generate the data, design aspect. So once we understand this, then I wanted to go ahead where the discharge is going. Once you have generated the data, then if you see here, only 3% is the soak pit. On premise is 28%, 69% is into urban drain. So urban drain is carrying all the water which is generated in the household, 69%. For this 8 ULBs, not others, I am saying. Please, sir. अपना घर का उधर में कुछ बनाया, वहाँ पे खत्म हो गया. ऐसे ही छोड़ दिया. It is open भी मिला, close भी मिला, but बाहर नहीं आ रहा. हमारा drain में नहीं आ रहा. This is what. So I had tried to say. Then CFO say, इसको मत लिखो, दूसरा लिखो. हमने लिखा. Yeah. Whatever. So this is what my understanding from the field I am sharing it. Right. So until unless we diagnose properly, we will not able to understand, design the CSAP, what to do. Very interesting. So once we have understood this, then urban drainage which is carrying this, are they lined or not lined? There is another point here. If you see here, more than 50% is not lined. That means wastewater is lost somewhere in the locality. So if it is lost somewhere, then we are facing together the pollution in the near the site. See here, out of total drain is 343 kilometers. They are all kilometers. Only we have 165 kilometer is not lined. So it is lost somewhere. So under what this concept, what should we do as a CSAP or the City Sanitation Action Plan? Then we have developed. So this is how we collect the information sample and analyze it. This is the data we have generated for the ULBs, right from your BOD, COD to coliforms, everything. So then we have flagged some of these structures, RCC, tubular shape, rectangular shape, plastic, all the, even community toilet, we have analyzed all the data. Now we understand the landscape of water generated in household in Manipur. We have other data available but not sharing at the moment. Yes, sir. It's solid aspect from the, it's possible. Yeah. Sir, last 10 years, when I asked, have you ever dislodged it? They say, we don't remember, or we have not done. So this is what it is on there. Then what the facility they have to, the sanitation in the UL. They have, Bishnupur have 3 kiloliter of cesspool, Jiribam 2 kiloliters, Lamlai recently procured at the time of our survey one, and Moirang also recently. So others, they don't have it. And no treatment facility, even dislodging, they don't have it. This is the state of status there. So once we got this, what to do? Now we have projected what to do. Now this is a very crucial slide here. ULB wise, we have projected the population for 2025. Then we have again generated IND. We are proposing here for IND. So if IND is so, then what is the IND catchment area? What is the population there? And this population, how much it is going to generate sewage water, so how or used water, and how much we are going to treat? This is not a entire ULB. So now here somewhere 10.71 ml is generated, and IND catchment somewhere 5.75. We are trying to catch it before it is going to the environment. And so in this process, we are proposing the size of the plant are 6.5 total, 1.5 to 1. And we are covering 43% to 66%, 69% of the total population, and average 54% of the wastewater we are going to treat in this CSAP. Right? So now, this is how we generated this information again. Here we can say is a core zone or fringe zone, whatever. Suppose this is one example of the Bishnupur. This is the entire is the Bishnupur municipality. Here, so here we have considered is a core zone, and this is the treatment site. This is the fringe area. So now when we narrow down to this next one, it comes. This is the our catchment area, and this is the treatment site we are proposing in the IND catchment area. Now. It is somewhere 7,000 per the core area, somewhere like that.
And what's the density, square kilometer?
It is more than 5,000. So, because total, if we don't leave behind, only catchment area, so it is coming to that point like that. So, this is how we have generated for this. Then we have again put into the module water from which ward water will be coming and where it will be coming, and how much it will be coming at what pace. So, this is what, and the elevation we are very good to get in Bishnupur is a typical. So here we are supposed to get somewhere 11.5 LPS probably. So now again we have again mapped the catchment area. In the catchment area, however, from and what quantity in every node, how much water will be coming. Here if you see the ward number 1 will generate this much LPS. LPS means liter per second. This much water will be generated. So end of the day we are getting 11.94, which is somewhere 1 ml something treatment, something like that. So at the moment it's based on the population.
Liter per second?
Yeah, this is based on the module of SWM.
But water supply, how much did you consider?
135, so this is the best one.
So you use
Yeah, this is what we have been told that.
You use the peak hours, how many hours? Because this liter per second
Yeah.
you are taking.
Yeah, this is again, frankly speaking, this is divided by 24 only. Simple logic.
It's an average.
Yeah, in average. So at least we understand in what node, how much it is coming. So that we can take care of where to do the strengthening of the our drainage system, where not lined. So this is the guiding thing. So this is how we have worked for all. This is what example. Yeah. Then this is for the Ziribam, and this is for the Lamlai catchment area and proposed treatment site based on the elevation module. This is the Moirang. This is Ningthokong. This is for Sugnu. Going this side. Oh. This is Yaripok. Yeah. Then now up to this much we understood what to do. Now next stage is the what technology we should be adopting. Yeah, please. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
The city is bigger than this, right? The yellow. Why only yellow for IND? What happens to others?
Because there is a river crossing, we cannot catch the IND.
On the other side, it's not the same village?
This is no, it's not different.
It's a different.
Yeah, yeah.
So, are you covering the entire town this way, in this manner? Are you able to cover the entire town in this
69% only.
And what happens to the balance?
Balance, this was is a progressive sanitation. At the moment, not we are doing.
So you are not
there.
doing here a core
Not at the moment.
Core zone is not there.
No,
Storage is not there.
not there. Because there is a river, so we cannot do the this thing connection between.
The previous one?
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, this is the river, no. So here the project site is coming like this.
So you have decided not to have a sewerage network.
But this is only open drain and IND only. Open drain, no sewerage.
So on what basis you said that I go only with this, not with the sewerage? Any basis for that?
Because basis is that with the per capita of 3,000, how much we can go.
Okay, so
that is yes, that is the, yeah. Otherwise we could have proposed so many things. Yeah.
So fine, but where is the other grey water going? Somewhere it must be going.
Yeah, it will be going, but this is the mark where we are going to collect. This is again different elevation, so we cannot do it. We have to do another pumping station if at all. Elevation doesn't.
Collect it and put a treatment plant for that itself.
That is possible, but at the beginning we have to start with 0.5, so our 0.5 is reaching there, MLD capacity.
Yeah, 0.5 for one area.
Yeah.
You have another treatment.
Another,
station
yeah,
for
it
that.
is possible.
See,
Yeah.
ultimately, this is the difference between 30 and 45.
Yes.
So in 45, the other is also covered.
Yeah.
But you have
Not covered, not at the moment. In the 30, only 66% we are covered.
But you can state, but
Yeah.
you say that we
Yeah.
will do only this
Yeah.
because 100%
Is not proposing at all.
is required if you have to have
Yes.
a water plus.
Yes.
So you can say that you will do the stage wise. In the first
Yes.
stage, you will take this
Yes.
which covers this area,
Yeah.
and the balance.
Yes, this is what we have. By 26.
So much, don't leave the other.
Yeah, we will not leave. This is 2026 target. Thereafter, we can keep on increasing. And
But while planning it, because
yeah.
you have spent so much of a
Yeah,
time,
yeah.
say for that, we will do it later.
Yes, sir. It is there, already mentioned. Plan is there. But at the moment, for the consideration of the calculation, we are covering this.
Out of 8 towns, whatever you are mentioning, nowhere you are proposing a sewerage network.
No, no way.
But,
Yeah, please.
You are going to provide open drains, right?
Yeah, very much.
So in rainfall, you are low maybe
Yeah.
24 than water regulation.
Of course, so that's why IND, we are only taking 0.5, what is our plant capacities. Remaining, it will go. Yeah, yeah. Only dry water for we are considering. It will go diluted. So then it's coming like that. So now proposed technology, that's what we said, interception and diversion we are going to do from the urban drain. Then here we are doing the co-treatment. So the question is that they don't have FSTP, so FSTP and STP will come together and it will go to co-treatment. So this is how it will be. And the process flow will be like this. So FSTP from the cesspool, it will come in through sludge drying, but it will get solid liquid separation. There will, from the IND, it will get treated here, and we are proposing polishing pond here. So polishing pond will have substantial, exposure to sunlight and all, and very much suitable here. And this is what the typical design. This is just for sharing the thing. This is how we have designed. What is required for that? So here I am. Thank you very much for extending the time. Thank you, sir. I'm late by 10 minutes.
We thank Shri Swapan Kumar Sinha, Director, DIRTU Research and Technology LLP, for that session on City Sanitation Action Plan CSAP in Manipur. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a slight change in the program. We will not be having the tea break right now. We will have it by the end of the next session. It will be served to your tables. So we will directly skip to the last session of the day. That is Steps to Accelerate Used Water Management, a guided plenary, which will be moderated by Sri Shashanka Belindanda, Advisor, WASH Institute.
I hope that's okay, that we move to the next session without a tea break. We can all wrap up early. Yeah? Good idea, no? Okay. So the last session, we had planned something. There are some slides and all, but before I go into that, I want to ask a few questions. Thanks to Mr. Swapan for the very nice presentation. So, how many of you were aware of this work and are familiar with the data and the conclusions that Swapanji has presented? Raise of hands. Sir, your town? Is it one of the 8 towns?
Yeah, I was there.
You were there before?
Yeah.
Didn't understand.
In the preparation stage, I was there.
You worked with Swapan? Ah, okay. So, yeah, as a town though, are you familiar with the... Sir, what were those 8 towns, sir, if you can?
Sorry. Oh, they are Bishnupur. Yeah. Moirang.
Moirang, anyone from Moirang?
Moirang.
I thought I saw someone from Moirang.
Moirang. It was there in the morning.
Okay.
Then Kumbi. Sugnu. He was there.
Yeah.
Okay. Lamlai.
Yes.
Yaripok.
Thank you.
Jiribong. Oh, I was looking the place. Yeah. So this is the 8 goes like that.
Okay. Are you familiar with the data that's been presented from your city and town? Is it something that you recognize? Do you agree with the data that is there broadly? Is it aligning with your experience? Yeah? Sir? See, the the reason I'm asking this question, and not to make you uncomfortable, it's just that a lot of work has been done. Yeah, a lot of data has been collected. Some decisions have been proposed. So, and it's been part of the CSAP also. I think it's been approved now. So, you are ultimately responsible for sanitation in your town. You should be aware of the direction that your town is taking, right? And you should, because it's your responsibility, you should own it. So you should be fully understanding of what Swapanji has done, proposed, and is probably in the future going to happen in your town, so that you can do the O&M of those systems effectively, because that is ultimately going to come on your shoulders, right? So from that perspective, it's very important that you understand that. That's one thing. Second thing is the implementation of that. We are not yet clear who is going to do that, but whoever is going to implement that, are they aware that these decisions have been made? Swapanji? Who? Urban Directorate. Okay. So. Okay. Okay. Local governance was not. Okay, fine. Yeah. So that is, that was my key concern with that. But I have to say, you are quite ahead. You have made a lot of progress in terms of understanding your problem, in terms of collecting data about what your issues are, in terms of analyzing it to some extent. Now, my only concern is, do you understand the decision-making process clearly? So, the first thing that Swapanji said is that, if I can put it in a very brief manner, just to see if I am being clear. Number one, we don't have enough money for sewerage systems. We only got 3,000 rupees per capita. We can't do sewerage systems in that much money. So we are not doing sewerage system in any of these 8 towns that we have mentioned. Does everybody agree with that proposal? And we are very clear that we are doing this. Ma'am, in your town, and you're clear and you agree with that? Okay, that's a very good thing to hear. At least you have clarity on why you have taken that decision, correct? Any other town has any concerns about this decision? Out of these 8 towns, I see more or less have agreed, but anybody else? Any comment? Any concern about that? Any doubt about the decision? No? Are any engineers here? Other than the municipal administration on engineering side? I know, but you guys are from Imphal, right? Does your jurisdiction extend beyond Imphal? Only Imphal, okay. Anybody from PhD for small towns? No, okay. Yeah, do you have any, did you understand the question? Are you okay with the suggestion of not going with sewerage?
Some issues also. So we also deciding to take up the integrated one.
IND system. Okay. So that's the first decision that as a group you have taken. I'm neither for or against the decision. I am very happy that you have taken a decision. All I'm trying to do is make sure that you understand that you have taken this decision and why you have taken it. That's all. No problem with the decision per se. It is your decision at the end of the day. We are only here to facilitate. Yeah. If you ask my personal opinion, I'm actually happy that you have taken the decision of not going with sewerage, because you know your limitations and you are working within those limitations. It's a good thing. Yeah. So but that's my personal opinion. Yeah. So great. One thing. So in the morning, Rajesh said there are 3 approaches, right? Sewerage, centralized, decentralized, and then the third one was 3A, 3B, FSM and drains, yeah, managing the water in the drains. So these were the 3. Out of that, we have ruled out 1, right? Fair. Now, what Swapanji has proposed proactively is wherever he has identified, he is showing that we want to do what is the system that he proposed to do. Out of these 3, which one did he propose? Number 3, right? And out of the 3, he is talking about 3B. But there is an assumption that 3A will also be done, correct? FSM and IND will be done. Correct me if I am wrong, Sopanji. Yes. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I am not. So this is just for clarity. Yeah. So you have gone with approach 3 in the towns that we have. Yeah. Are we clear that we are doing approach 3? Yeah. Then it's great. You have chosen your technical approach. We are ready. So what is stopping us from moving forward? Good one. Thank you. Yeah, anything else? If I gave you all the money today, would you roll with it? Are you ready to move forward? Very, very quickly. If you had all the money available, how quickly can you put the systems up, whatever the systems are? I apologize. My job is to make you uncomfortable and get answers. Yeah. So I'm doing my job. You have taken a decision. So after taking the decision, what is the next step? Are we ready? Yeah, I just thought I'll put this up in front of you. So, this is the purpose of this workshop, yeah, is to make you understand. So today we are somewhere here at the beginning of January 2023, right? We are in 2023. And by 2026, you want to do this and this, yeah? So, I'm very happy that for 8 towns, you have so much data, you have information, you have taken the decisions already, the big decisions, how to approach, what to do in your town. But you have to get here for all the towns. So 8 is fine, it's a very good start. For all 26 towns, you need to reach there. So what is stopping us? Or what will make us go there fast? That's the discussion for this session. Yeah? So, do we need 3 more Swapanjis? Is that what? How do I do that, Swapanji? Yeah? Can you go to the next? So we have something like this, typically, that we use in these situations. I'll not go into it. If what we want to achieve, it has these 4 components. No? You have to get the technology right. You have to get management, which is all of you who are managing these things. You have to get design and implementation. Swapanji is helping in a lot of those things. And you have to get the O&M right. That is where I am concerned about your readiness. You know what you're planning. Are you ready to take on the responsibility for O&M? Yeah? So these are the mission targets. If you do these 4 things, you will have achieved your mission. But to do this, many things have to come together. Government support, institution, regulation, capacity building, etc., etc. Do we agree that a lot of things have to come together for us to achieve these mission targets? So this is what we are going to discuss in this session, is what can we do to go from where we are today to 2026, achieve the targets in a systematic manner, keep making progress so that all 26 towns reach there in a proper way. Yeah? Is that okay? But for that, I need you to tell me a few things. We need to clearly understand a few things, right? So, yeah, keep going. So these are different types of cities. That must be Imphal, the previous one. Then there are, I'm sure there are some hilly towns where, this kind of development happens. You saw actually many of them that Swapanji showed, different kinds of development patterns, right? So for each type of development pattern, you need different kind of solutions. But we have gone beyond that now in Manipur. We have actually chosen an approach, which is fine. So this is, we can go to the next discussion. Go ahead. One more. Yeah, go one more. One more. Keep going. Keep going. One more. Go. One more. Yeah. So, this is one of the things that I want to be very clear that we all understand. Yeah. In the morning we discussed that there are 3 outcomes we are working towards. Our target is fine. ODF plus, water plus, that's fine. We will reach there. I'm pretty sure we'll reach there. But there are bigger outcomes: public health, environment, economy and development and tourism and all of those things. 3 things, right? We talked about those. So, now, every kind of system that you have poses some risk or the other. You have to start to think about these systems in terms of risk. What we heard from Swapanji is, I will not do sewerage system because it is too expensive for me. Correct? That's what we discussed. Yeah? So that shows that you are willing to pay a certain price for sanitation. Correct? But not beyond a certain point. Beyond a certain point, you're saying this is beyond my ability, I cannot pay. What are you losing because of not paying that? You are taking certain risk because you are not able to afford something, right? First thing is, you should be clear about that. I'm sure you are. We will just recap it very quickly. But the people also should be clear about it, right? The citizens that you're serving should know that they are getting a slightly risky system, how to manage that risk. That is why in the morning we asked, when you drink water, are you boiling or not, those practices. Because when you take a risk in your system, then you have to compensate through behavior. You got what I'm saying? Yeah? So, if your system is perfect, then you can flush and forget, right? If you have a sewerage system, flush and forget, it takes care. But now it's not like that. You have to do some things more proactively, like you have to desludge at regular intervals. If you forget to desludge, there is a certain, something might happen because of that. Yeah. So like that, every system has a risk associated. That trade-off is what we are making between the risk and the cost, which is what we have done. You have taken that decision proactively. So this is, please keep that in mind, that system in mind. And yeah, go. This we have done. Next. Next. Yeah. So we talked about multi-solution approach. You have taken approach 3. We are very clear. We are doing FSM and IND. Next. Yeah. Okay, hold. Now, this is what it comes down to, right? As a state, you are saying, I have 100 rupees. I have to spend this 100 rupees and get to my target, which is ODF++ and water plus. So, I am going to use approach 3, FSM and IND. Have you worked out the budget across the state? You have a technical strategy. This you have worked out. Correct? Is the investment plan also worked out with respect to that for all 26 towns together? If you have, then you are ready. Right now, I hear that you have it for 8 towns. Correct, sir? So, from these 8 towns, if we have any lessons or data on how much it's going to cost, we can extrapolate that, or we can use that to estimate for all 26 towns how much it will cost, and then we will have a plan for the entire state. Yeah, and that may not take much effort. It's quite straightforward, right? So, that, to me, that is a starting point for going fast. Yeah, someone said funds, no? What is stopping you from going fast? It's funds. It's not funds, it's the alignment of the funds with the effort that you need, how much you need to spend. You have clarity that if I have 100 rupees, I know where I am spending the 100 rupees, I am very clear, so then we can go fast. So right now you have done it for 8 towns, you need to extend that to all 26 towns, make the budget fit, and then we can go super fast. So that's the first point. Yeah. But after this, I think we need to be more clear on few things. Yeah, so we will go into institutional arrangements. Go one more. Go ahead. Yeah. So, if I'm not wrong, this is sort of the process that you follow to do a project, right? So we do the city sanitation action plan, then somebody has to create a DPR, then somebody has to design those STPs, whatever we decide, FSM, IND, and then figure out who will do the O&M, and then finally, where is the fund coming from for long-term sustainability, plan for long-term sustainability. So are we clear whose role it is to do each of these things? So at the bottom you see many people, many institutions are there. So as ULB, which roles will ULBs take up among those? Who else will take up other roles? So for example, simple question, who is going to make the DPRs for the IND system that Swapanji showed? Do we have a agency that we have identified who is responsible for it within the system? Is it the ULB? But consultant is external. Who is with, so will the ULB do it or will UD do it centrally? So each ULB will do it individually?
The consultant. Yeah, we will do it.
Sure, the consultant is okay, but each ULB is responsible for preparing their own DPR, or is it done collectively as one effort? Those are the questions. We don't have to answer it now. I'm just saying that's the kind of few things you might have to work out, right? And so if ULB is doing the DPR, who is going to implement it? Yeah, is that again tendered out? You would probably do something like that, right? So those are the things which probably need to be worked out here. All I'm saying is, if you have your technical strategy figured out and budget figured out, next thing is if you can clearly define roles and responsibilities of who is going to take up each of these works. Yeah, then we have, again, we can go faster. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is a mapping that we did for the national level. It may or may not apply to you. If it helps you, it might be useful, but it's something you can decide for yourself. As a state, you can take a call whose responsibility each of these things are. And like you pointed out, private sector is clearly there, contractors are there, consultants are there. So different agencies have to play a role. When you engage third-party consultants, quality of the work, what is the exact deliverable, all of those things. So TOR, defining the TOR very clearly, writing a tender very clearly with proper specifications, those are all things that you have to take up along with this, right? So who's going to do that? You know, even engaging a consultant requires that you write a TOR. So who's going to write the TOR? Whose responsibility is it? Is it centrally being vetted at the state that this is the TOR that everybody will follow in the ULB, or each ULB will write their own TOR? Those are things to sort out quickly, right? So, yeah, go one more. Yeah, so this is the main question I want to spend more time on. Till here, I think these are easy questions. Who's going to do what? I think you have clarity on that. ULB will take. What is it that you need support with in terms of training, in terms of hand-holding as a ULB or as an engineer or any of those, in any of those responsibilities? Where do you need support to be able to do this? So you are implementing an IND system. Which parts of the IND system are you familiar with? Which parts are you not familiar with and you need training for? Anybody wants to tell us?
I'm sorry I couldn't hear all of the question, but I think I would like to come in there. Actually, what we need is, first of all, we need manpower. I have an executive engineer and an assistant engineer, but they are going to retire in a couple of years. And coming to terms with all these new terminologies for them is also quite a task. And if we don't recruit a proper manpower, proper strength, then they might complete the project, but the new manpower will not be able to, will not be in a situation to run the plant, the treatment facility properly. So if we recruit them now, and if they're involved in the process of this decision making and in the process of the construction supervision, where they'll get the required technical training, then the operation and maintenance of the plant and project will be might be able to go smoothly. So I am quite the exception because most of the towns, they don't have technical staffs. So I don't know who's going to run the projects there. So that is, I think, the elephant in the room. And until and unless we address that situation, all the IND and all everything that we are talking right now might not be seeing the light of the day.
Yeah, somebody has called out the elephant in the room. Anybody wants to talk about it more? Thanks for bringing that up. Anybody agree, disagree? Any comments? Please feel free. You want to say something, sir?
Actually, he has pointed out a very valid point. Yesterday, I received a message from the National PMU, KPMG team. So yesterday there was a video conference for hiring staff based on a program, which is actually an initiative of the Smart City Mission. Now they've expanded the TULIP program to other scheme also, including Amrut and SBM. So there was a video conference yesterday. Being a national holiday, I thought like not to disturb the team, so I have not informed them. So I spoke with the national PMU team and they are rescheduling the video conference once again for using the TULIP program for hiring the staff on wastewater management, solid waste management, IEC, capacity building, etc. So that is one program which we are anticipating at that time, which I will get it notified to the team very soon. Similarly, we are also in the process of engaging the PMU. So that is one initiative which we are still lacking. Actually, in the state mission directorate also, it's like only 2 or 3 people are working, so it's quite limited. So that is why I said like I have become a sandwich, because the wastewater team is asking to prepare the CSAP, the solid waste team is asking to prepare the CSWAP, the IEC team is asking me to prepare Annexer 5, the capacity building team is asking to prepare the Annexer 7. So we are just struggling a little bit, but we will do the needful as soon as possible. And regarding the TULIP program, I'll share it as soon as possible. Yesterday it was for Manipur and Mizoram, 2-3 states. That was the program yesterday for engaging the TULIP. So anyway, but I fully agree with what he says. But we will do it as soon as possible. Quite honestly, even wastewater management and solid waste management is a very diverse topic, and even I'm a newcomer in this. So, but we will sort it out, this issue, as soon as possible.
Yeah, the TULIP program gives you people for a year or maybe 2. So it still doesn't address the concern, but it's a start. At least you will have some people around for a couple of years. Also, finding technical people under TULIP program again is a challenge. You might get general people, may not find technical people, but still it's a good idea to at least have people who have ensure continuity. It is a serious problem, what you pointed out. It's there in other states as well. And it's a systemic issue, so I cannot address it at this point. But the good thing is that some of these systems are very simple. The IND system, as you will see tomorrow in Rohini's presentation, is actually quite simple. It can be implemented. The name is sounding complicated, interception and diversion, but actually the idea behind it is relatively straightforward. So understanding it and implementing it will not be that difficult. You have chosen a good technology, reliable and robust technology, so it should be okay. That is, yeah. So this is a question, no? When there are no people, whom will we even train? I'm asking the question, what training you need, and the gentleman is saying, forget about training, there are no people here to train. So now I don't know what to say. But, whoever is there, we should at least discuss what are the things that you know and you don't know. Yeah, and this is a question I'm asking you now. Tomorrow evening around this time, we will do a session where you will be sitting in groups and you will have to write down each of these things. Yeah, it's a working workshop. It's a workshop, no? So today we are talking, but tomorrow we will have to do this. So think about it overnight, and please come prepared with, what is it that you need support on under each of these headings. So under IEC, what needs support you need, under capacity building, training, what kind of training you need. Is it technical? Is it about, how to manage these things, how to do O&M of these things? Whatever it is, precisely write those things down tomorrow so that we can help you as we go along. Yeah. So I think this is a very important aspect, especially for the stage at which Manipur state is. If you get the right support at the right time now, I think acceleration under UWM will be easy for you, considering what you have chosen as your technical approach. Yeah. So next, yeah, some of these things we have listed out. So model tender, specifications, usual things which you need to move forward. I will not go into it in detail. Yeah, keep going. Yeah. Next. Yeah, is this a concern for any of you? Yeah. So what is the question around how do you avail SBM funds? Next slide. So this is the structure of funding across the Swachh Bharat mission. Like Rajesh said in the morning, I would encourage each and every one of you to go through the SBM guidelines. Yeah? Please go through them, please become familiar with them, because as you get into implementation, both in terms of you have to be clear at what stage of implementation you are to be able to request for funds. So you should be, in terms of reporting, in terms of monitoring progress, you should be very clear where you are under the SBM, the progress chart. So those are the three installments. I'm sure your UD department will help you, but as leaders of your city or town, you should be familiar with this so that you can also ask for funds at the right time. So those highlighted ones in the first thing, submission of city sanitation action plan. I think eight towns have done that and you have received clearance. For the other 26, you need to go, at some point you need to do that. Sorry, for the other 18. Yeah, so that is the cadence. Any specific questions around this? I would not imagine at this point that this is a big challenge, but think about it and tomorrow you can ask further questions. Yeah, so one more. Yeah. Just to summarize, those are the 5 things we need in order to go quickly to where we want to go. By 2026, if we want to cover all 26 towns with proper UWM infrastructure and services, those are the 5 things we need to do. Yeah, out of which I'm very happy to note that on one you have clarity. Yeah, you have taken this decision, you want to do FSM and IND. So this is clear. Number 2, you can easily do this. This is simply budgeting. You just need to put together few cost items for each of those FSM and IND and see for all 26 towns how much it will cost. In fact, some rough, very, very rough numbers I can show you now. It took us hardly half an hour to put them together using assumptions and thumb rules, but we'll save the time. So if you are clear that with your state's budget you can achieve for all 26 towns this particular thing, then this is also done. Number 3, I think you need a lot more clarity here. ULBs can take it up, but I think, who is the consultant? Do you have enough consultants in Manipur? Who are the contractors? What are the terms of engagement? Model tenders, TORs. There is a huge amount of preparation that needs to be done before you are clear on roles, responsibilities of who is going to do what. So I think this is something you need to immediately look at and set up a system which will go fast. Capacity building, and then what is your project timeline? So today we are in Jan 2023. By when will you have CSAP? By when will you have DPRs? By when will you have contractors on? You need some sort of basic Gantt chart, project management kind of thing. Of course, your UD department will help you with that. But all of you coming together and making something like that is powerful. It will create momentum, and that will accelerate the implementation part. Yeah? I make it sound very simple, that you have to do this, but obviously, you all have to get together and do this. And that's the whole thing. So I go back to what I said in the morning. It's not targets, it's not a tick box, I've achieved my target. There is much more to this than simply saying my job is done. It is a very powerful thing to provide used water management in towns from the public health, environment and development angles. So please think about all these things that you have heard today. We'll reconvene tomorrow and we'll take up the FSM and IND part and also the decentralized part technically, and then we'll move into how to do these things. Yeah. So thank you all for being here today. We'll stop here.
Yeah, I want to say something.
Yeah.
See, India was facing recession since 1998 to 2004-5. There was, lot many companies shut down. There was a lot of issues, and a lot of fund requirement was there. There was a fund constraint everywhere in India. In Gujarat also, when we were thinking about the projects, there was a requirement of 500 crores and we were not having 50 crores. That was the issue. But government said that you just come up with the investment requirement, we'll find some way out. In 2006, NURM was launched and all the projects got approved. Gujarat was the first state who got highest fund from the NURM because the things were ready. So don't think that your fund is a constraint. First, you think that your people should not be deprived of basic amenities. What is the requirement? Don't look at 58 crores allotted to you. Look at what is the requirement. Once your requirement is known, then there will be some way out wherein you will get funds from some other source. There may be some other programs launched, maybe up next year or this year end. So that is going to help you. Means first you have vision that you must provide all the services to people, and at the same time you should protect the environment. Things will be all right. You don't worry about fund. Fund will be generated from you don't know, but you know what is the requirement. That you should know. You should not, refrain from developing the projects. Project must be developed. Funds will come, definitely come. That is what my own experience. I've gone through twice in this phase, wherein fund was a problem, but later on, next year some scheme was launched and we got all the projects. Projects were ready to obtain the fund. Okay, that should
just
be
to
the approach.
Supplement a little bit, that's a very inspiring speech. And that's quite true also.
And at that time also, there was resources constraint. Means one person was holding charge of 4 or 5 posts. Chief engineer right now, the Gujarat chief engineer of Water Supply Storage Board is having charge of 4 posts. His chief engineer O&M, his chief engineer technical, his chief engineer monitoring and planning, and his project director urban. So he is overloaded with all the works, but he is not bothered. वो सोचता है कि कुछ तो होगा, हमें अपना काम करना है.
That is correct. But sir, what I was trying to say is if we have to claim for more fund, then at least 75% utilization of the current fund is mandatory. Then only after we submit the utilization certificate, then we can claim for the next installment. Yes. Our problem is we are not able to design something that exceed that state allocation, because there are so many questions that we have to answer. I have a very close friend of mine, and even he has a plant here, and he's from Ahmedabad. So he told me something like when we started designing the city's solid waste action plan, CSWAP, then he was telling that, in the guidelines, they will write big things, 100 crore, 200 crore, but to get 1 rupee of the 200 crore, no, it's not a child play. So, but anyway, we need support from your team, and this workshop is also quite helpful. Perhaps if I'm not wrong, I think this is the second workshop, I think, after the pandemic which I have attended. The first workshop, second workshop, the first being in Bangalore. So we need, more of those kind of inspiration. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So, what time are we meeting tomorrow? Yeah. So, see you all bright and early tomorrow. 9 o'clock we start, and we can finish, 15 minutes ahead of time. Tomorrow also, if we all stay on time and, participate actively like you did today. Thank you all very much.
Okay. Yeah. So some of the participants have not shared their registration form. So if yes sir, you can carry.
So please hand over your registration forms to Chetna if you have filled them up.